Welcome, people. Oh, my bad. Sorry, it was very loud. I was testing something last time. Hello, how's everybody doing? Hello, the Goober, Lum, Leo the Gamer, what's up? Hola, and Grim. She looks very familiar. How's everybody doing? I'm so happy to see you guys. Oh my. Let me turn all this off. We don't need these. We don't need these anymore. Oh, no, that's not it. That's the wrong button. There's the wrong button, sure. There we are. And? Where am I? What is happening? Oh my god. Could it be? I forgot to pour the fur. I forgot a bird about a bird. What did it mean? Oh my god, there I am. Hi, people. Welcome to the show. I bought myself a new microphone. It's a Blue Yeti, so I'm very happy to try it for the first time on stream. How y'all doing tonight? Today? This morning? This evening? Afternoon? Universal time of the universe. So what up? So last time I was working on this, I started to just shade in the background to see if I could add more complex forms, because I want it to be castle but also mansion. So I made these suggested shapes and then added some lines in there. I'll structure them little by little. Hi, Lum. What is up, my dudes? Let me know if my audio is too loud or too little. I'm not sure. Blah 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 blah. Let me see. How can I? It says that the mic is picking up. It says that the mic is picking up like something, but I don't know what it could be. Blah 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 blah. Are my filters not working? No, they are. They are working. This is so strange. Blah 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 blah. Testing out the mic until I can make sure that it's over there. Oh! Alright. Let me know if there's anything weird happening with my audio, like if you can hear the background or something's weird. I don't know. This is like one of the first times I'm testing this microphone specifically on stream. It used to work just fine a while back, but I don't know why it's not. I don't know. It's detecting something. I don't know what. Hope it's not a gust of wind. Oh, maybe it's my headphones? No, it's detecting something rhythmically. Let me lift it from the desk. Oh, it's still detecting something rhythmically. I can't tell what it is. This is the coolest pillow fort I've seen. Ah, thank you. Of course, I am very happy with my pillow forts. Yes. Made out of pillows. Dudes, you should make an art stream just about drawing requests and other things. That could be good. I can arrange something like that. I can make one that is for free and another one that is like for promotion if there's like a donathon situation. I don't know how to do those though, but it would be cool. One thing that I wanted to show you guys is that to make sure that I aligned some new elements here, so I don't have to do all that work, I pre-made these patterns, right? So then I can just put them here. And now all I gotta do is just follow these lines and I got the structure. And from afar, you can already see that it looks real nice. like an actual house. But that's one thing that I gotta measure up. I put these lines from the middle, the horizon line. I copy and paste it, so then I can make these other lines that I change color, so then I can just align it and see if they are in the right proper perspective. And walls like these should be aligned with this green line, and profiles from this angle should be aligned with these blue lines. And their edges are at the very limits of this horizon line, so you can stretch the horizon line very far away. Like, look at how far away the horizon line is, and look at how far away this one sits. This vanishing point is sitting, so that way it gives up a nice perspective thing, nice perspective angle, and then you can notice whether or not it's too much or too little. As you can see, this building has too little perspective on this side, but too much on this one. So let's just eliminate. This is all just one big fat layer, because if I erase it, it erases it from the background. This is one solid piece. I'm sort of also trying to learn how to draw with just less layers, because yeah, it can end up being a little bit more productive that way. The less layers I have, the lighter the program will be, and the easier my life can become. Oh, there. Let me put the chat in front of me. There you go. Now I can see you guys.
I can explore what your thoughts are. I can see with your eyes. I can feel with your soul. I can expect a world of wonder from you.
Oh, let me take this green line off so I can see the blue line better. Hello, Waffles. Welcome in.
Ready to chill?
Ready to have some fun? Oh, by the way, I found this playlist, this musical playlist. I hope you guys like it. From where it was, I mean, I'm using it on Spotify, but it's really good because apparently this guy is making like copyright-free music, and they have like a license to use them, and it's like a huge playlist. It's by Harris Heller. It's freaking awesome, dude. And it's like, it has so many genres, and I just have it on randomized. And sure, they are like 2-minute songs, but they freaking like there's like 300 of these. So I calculated 30 songs of 2 minutes equals an hour, and there's like 300 plus songs in this playlist. So it's like, this guy's amazing. So yeah, music sponsored by Harris Heller, which is his company would be Stream Beats. It's pretty cool. Actually, I could... Yeah, I got the thing. Because I created this second disclaimer just so I can put just tinier disclaimers at the side. Hang on. Sorry, what was it? Harris Heller or... Yeah, Harris Heller. Double R. By Harris Heller on Spotify. Yeah, there we go. I'll just put it on the corner because that's what I'm going to be using to test out. I'm just going to... There we go. Just a little corner here. Yeah, because I'm not using this middle side except for the navigator that I sometimes use, so I guess I'll just put it there. Alright, let's see. Hello, Skylerns! How you doing? Like the music, first thing I noticed. Awesome! And that means it's working. I'm just gonna put the disclaimer here so that
No one in the universe will be confused.
I'll be testing it and see if the copyright YouTube thing goes crazy and if it's a viable replacement, so that way I don't have to worry too much. Just ate some seasoned salmon with lemon juice, creme, spinach, with boiled eggs and roasted potatoes. As usual, waffles making me envious with food. That's really good. I love hearing that all y'all are being nutritious, eating delicious.
Increasing your bounds forever. Eating nutritious. And not being vicious. Not being suspicious. Just eating very healthy now.
I made sure to eat and nap, and I hope you do not fall asleep in the middle of stream like last time, which was very silly. I don't want to do that no more. Alright, so now the perspective is properly aligned. Although this face is a little curved at the top. Maybe I can shave it off. Oh, maybe it's because this line is... Guess I can put like a limit here. It was! Great. It better be delish. Dish delish. If not, I would have cried. If not, the din-din would be ruined. Okay, I know what side dish I want this weekend now. You've made Lum's plans clear. Oh yeah, I also made a new brush. It's available on the Discord. It's this. I made this. Oh, let me just grab white and then black here so that you can see clearly what it is. Why doesn't it work? Let me get a vector. Oh, so it only works on a vector layer. Okay. So yeah, it's pretty much this. I shaded like a square that had like this shaded property. So I can create things like these, like ledges, without having to actually render them. Like for example, if I go here, and instead of this, I could just... Oh, that's a raster layer. All right, hold on. There you go, vector layer. And I can just... See what I mean? Like, sure, it still needs a lot of polish. It's not just like a sticker you bring in, but at least it gives you a nice base to start, right? So I've been doing that with this and these. I changed what was here so I can look a little bit more homey. I'm gonna grab again this brush. I like the thin gouache brush. It's one of the default brushes in the, what is this? Well, in the brush panel, I suppose. Yeah. In the brush panel, in the thick paint, the thin gouache brush, it just adds plenty of texture, and learning to shape with it is a challenge. But the results are pretty good. I like using like these, because if you learn how to use the default brushes, you pretty much can learn how to do anything. And then when you download new brushes, you can know exactly how to use them. And not do what I did sometimes, that I kind of try to replace the actual skill of learning how to use them. And said like, oh, this stamp brush can just replace me having to do all of these details. And it's like, no. Sometimes it's better to do them yourself, because the way you render grass is like specific to you. And learning also how to simplify some elements is very crucial. So it will be better to not use brushes to try and replace the practice of it all. Again, it's kind of like the whole AI thing. It's better to to understand how these elements work. Also, I believe if I take this down, no, I think at some point bringing all this here, I made a silly mistake where I covered this, which I already had drawn. Oh well. That was my fault. When I transport all of this to the original piece, because this is a secondary document, because the original document was getting so heavy I could not even move. You saw it a few streams ago. I just did one stroke and it took like forever to render. So yeah, I'm trying to work it all out in a single layer and then bring it all back to the original piece. So we're gonna get rid of all these white lines. I did use them as reference, but at some point, learning to shade lineless gives you a lot of control on how do you translate separations from one thing to another. It's another layer of shading where you understand what working without lines means. Because there are no lines in real life. The thicker the lines and the more lines you rely on, the more cartoony it should be. And if you make the mistake of mixing styles, like, oh yeah, I'm going to make it cartoony, but also I'm going to render this element so hyper realistic, it's like, no, that doesn't work that way. You gotta commit to either cartoony or realism. Mixing the two up is possible, it's just that you could end up in the uncanny valley, and that is dangerous. For the sake of quality of your work, I mean, like, you should be either one thing or another, and you could have a nice balance, but you should still incline yourself a little bit to either cartoony or realistic. You can tell the difference by how much you are abiding by the laws of physics, at least when it comes to animation. Like, if the characters bleed, etc., then he's like, yeah, this is realistic. Or at least when weight is respected when it comes to gravity, it's like, oh yeah, these characters have weight to them, and if they fall too far, then there's fall damage. But if they bounce around, then you can afford to make the art style more stylized and not adhering to realism. And you can get away with a lot of more creative angles and creative action scenes, because, you know, you don't need to obey the laws of physics. But because a lot of people like anime and hyper realistic paintings, it's kind of like they try to combine the best of both worlds. And again, it's possible, but at some point something's gotta give. So you gotta either embrace the cartooniness and be okay with distorting a scene so much that it just doesn't follow the laws of reality, or follow the laws of reality so strictly that it actually restricts your expression, which can work if you're telling a serious story, which that's how you can tell that the story is serious. But if your story is a little bit more general and lukewarm, then you can afford to be a little goofy with it. You struggle with that? We all struggle with that, because again, it's what school tells us to do. We all want to be like, oh yeah, I want to be a great artist, and so I gotta learn all these anatomy things. And sure, yes, I am one that says you either learn the fundamentals of art, understanding anatomy and shape language and all these things, or you don't. Like, understanding these fundamentals is crucial, but it doesn't mean that you have to keep them forever. You know, you learn how. I advocate for learn the rules, become a pro at them, only so then you can destroy them and make your own. But in order to break them efficiently, so then you can understand that what matters is conviction, And I don't mean self-conviction. I mean like that a person can believe that something that isn't real is real. It's like an illusion magic, right? If you are good at that illusion magic, then you're in. It doesn't matter what you do, so long as you can convey that something feels real. It can be of any quality. It can be like it can be just stick figures. That's one of the reasons why Alan Becker's animations are so good, and some of the Hyun's Dojo animations of the community of stick figure fighters is so convincing, because every time a stick figure throws a punch, they make it very convincing because they add like all these extra oomphs and special effects and these gravity sounding explosions that it just feels real. And of course, stick figures aren't real in reality, but the weight of a punch that feels palpable and is exaggerated enough that you can be like, whoa, that was a punch, even though it looked nothing like a punch that would exist in real life. It felt like one. The same thing with this. Like, we are told by school to be very disciplined in realism, which, yes, that is very important, mainly again to break the rules later, but they sell it as that is the only thing, the most optimal thing you can do with your artistic time. And it's like, well, you all have different interests, right? And you have different pursuits, different things that you like. Maybe somebody likes Gendy Tarkovsky's Powerpuff Girls, and that's the kind of art they want to make. And that's not bad. It's just that Powerpuff Girls is a very violent show, right? So you need to make punches and kicks convincing, even though it's this cartoony, girly, cutesy show. So even though the art style is very simple, learning how to convey that realism or that conviction of realism, even though the entire art style is very baby, bubbly, rounded, exaggerated shapes, you know, you can benefit a lot from just understanding that, and boom. It forms pretty much a lot of that Powerpuff Girl idea. Like, you cannot have Powerpuff Girls without them, like, kicking some evil guys' butts, you know? But if you only go by what the academia tells us, it's like, oh, you're stuck with realism and stuck with how anime looks. It's like, well, sure. But there's a lot going on out there, and you can do this on any style. It doesn't matter. Again, what matters is that conviction. It's kind of like what Disney was saying. Like, make the mouse feel more real, but it's not the realism. You can make Mickey Mouse look very like an actual mouse. Like this gross mouse with gloves riding a steamboat. But he was mentioning more on the movements. It's like, yeah, make him feel just more real. And part of that is just how he carries his weight and his micro inflections when it comes to like his face expressions and the twitches. Heck, some animation shows have like amazing expression faces that only a real person can make, but exaggerated to a degree that it feels more real than the real ones. But for that, you need to talk to people and observe them, which is another social thing artists should be doing, but not many do. Especially now that we're in like this loner kind of generation where people just, I mean, I do it for fun. It's like, haha, yeah, we are so antisocial, haha. But no, seriously, we should talk to more people. I've actually made it a goal to hang out with my friends more and be like, hey, I'm open to like hanging out. You know, I might need a ride though, because as of now, I still don't have my full-on driver's license or a car. So I still might need a ride. But the point is that, yeah, I'm available to hang out, and I would like to. I express that to them. And if I can't, I say, like, please keep inviting me. It's just that this time was inconvenient. But yeah, just... artists need a life, so then they can project that life and be inspired to speak about life itself and make art. Oh yeah, Skylarns, you are a stick figure, and you follow the stick figure ideals and the power of it all. Yep, you understand what I mean. I had to switch to tablet because PC keeps delaying the streams for me. Ah, gotcha. Or both, you can do the same image, like a cursed gumball scene. Oh yeah, the thing about Gumball is that they are very, they have realistic scenes, right? But at the same time, the characters are very cartoony. Like, you rarely see a cartoon character in there that is just a stylized mixture. Like, it's either a real person making a puppetry animation with their mouth or whatever, or they are a very cartoony, very shape-filled character. Like, it's never like an in-between of both. It would be weird if everybody looked in that sort of way. Gumball does the balance very well, I think. It's a really well-balanced show when it comes to joining styles, and we can tell where everything goes. It's so good. Yeah, I had a hard time with that. Also, impacts. My animation don't feel very convincing. I need to work on that. Yeah, I suggest you work on freaking, what is it? Like, make a little sack man, right? Like this is one of the more common practices in animation. Just make a little sack guy, like a flour bag, or just like a sugar bag or something. And you have like, and the bag has like this belly, right? And 4 little tiny tufts. It's like a pillow. So you gotta make animations based on this pillow. So you can have posing to try and understand how volume works. So you can have the character twist like this. So if it's like that, it should be like that, right? Like, you have like a twisty thing here, or you can have them jump. You can have them in and they only have like very limited things. And the thing is that you gotta make sure to understand volume, right? You gotta understand that these are 3D shapes that you can sort of pretend that they have like a plane like this. And then make like a mental grid. Like, this is out of my brain right now because I see these things in 3D personally. You have the middle, you have the little belly like that. You have another middle like this. And so you understand where the volume moves around. The camera angles that we see, like in this one. This one has like the camera down here looking up at the pillow while it's in the air. So the middle would be here. And you can see the curvature is going up like this. This one, the curvature is more centralized like that. And this one, it's more like this. Top down. Bottom up. Central camera. And then it all just bends around and you understand how thick the character is. More or less like this origin point that is more circular. And so there's like this weight to it. Every time they jump, they need like a little pull. It's like a character trying to lift a very heavy hammer. Like, this thing is heavy. There should be some gestures that you can see some effort put into it. Because if a character could just move a mallet that was super huge very easily, then it would be a very light prop. And you don't see them struggle. It's either very light or they are very strong. And you can have a character be very strong, lift a very heavy thing, so long as you understand that the results of hitting with this thing would shake the ground and make like a big impact. And make like this very dramatic oomph. So it's either very heavy with a big impact, or it's very light and a comedically huge impact. For what little effort, again. It's either very light, which would not do this. A light thing would just go bonk with a little squeaky noise. But if they are strong, then yeah. Understanding volume and all these things that allow you to make it feel like they are a real thing. Exercises like sculpting, or you just grabbing what you're drawing. Just grab it, touch it, squeeze it, move it around, look at it. Try to close your eyes and feel it. Right now I have my eyes closed and I'm holding an apple. And I'm kind of like feeling it with my fingers around. I know where, if it's like eaten in a certain part, I can feel the texture differences. I see how smooth it is. I can feel the stem. And then I can sort of imagine it like this. Kind of like I can imagine the topology and the valleys and the cracks. And I can emulate it with shading. You see, I can imagine these are holes, so these are ridges. I can see like the glass things. If I put my giant finger here, I could break them. They are delicate by comparison. So yeah, stuff like that. It's really cool. Also, hello, Arwen Marlies. Arwen Marlies, welcome, welcome. And hello, Ryukin, how are you doing? Forced nap time hammer. Yep. Julius, how are you doing, man? Happy to see ya. Yeah, I've heard of this. Never tried it, though. I can definitely see how it might help. Yeah. Just imagine like a water balloon. Imagine it like a water balloon and see all the effort it takes to kind of throw it with a single hand. Just grab it and then toss it. And then imagine how much effort would that character need to just make a little jump, a little hop, and animate that. Make it feel weighty, make it feel like it's heavy, and a part of it has density. And it depends, right? Because a character can be like this, right? A character can have most of its density in their fists, thus making them like a very strong character that skip leg day. There are many characters like these, and it's pretty good. I like it when characters are disproportionately huge somewhere, because that way we can get a lot of story from this. Like, they are obviously top heavy strong. And then there are characters like frigging Chun-Li that are like you can tell that this character kicks and that their kicks are very strong. Although there is a difference between musculature mass and fat mass. Because if it's musculature mass, it carries differently. It means they are strong, so they can move a lot faster with that weight. Versus someone that is more stationary, which they kind of don't move enough and their weight is different, kind of like sumo wrestlers. So even though that they might have very similar shape language indicators, their movement is very different. This one will be better like for wrestling and stuff, and charging, while this guy is good for punches. Like the story is obvious, right? So the distribution of weight is important, and how you make them feel when they move tells a story too. So understanding volume and all these things in animation, or at least in when you're creating something in an illustration, it can say a lot about what you're doing. It's pretty cool. It's actually a very fun thing. Johnny Bravo. Hang on. Frigging.
Oh, mama!
Patrick Star. Okay, hang on.
Who are you calling Pinhead?
Patrick is actually a really good study case. Like, I encourage you to go find your favorite media. It can be a movie, it can be a cartoon, it can be anything. Again, you gotta work with the things you like so then you can actually learn something. Because if you work with something you don't like, it's just gonna feel like homework, right? So, yeah, I encourage you to study, like, stuff with basic shapes, but also base your studies on things you like. Let me just delete all this because I think I made my point with it. And I think I'm using... What layer am I using? Ah, yes. If you want to... Oops. If you want to see what is on this layer, you can just control-click the picture of the layer, and it will do like an immediate selection. So I followed this bar that appears, so I know where in the location of everything all the areas are, and so it's all the layers here, so I can just I don't have to fear putting the brush anywhere up here. So, you know, it's good, easy cleanup. How y'all doing? I'm doing great. Just hanging out with chat, nothing unusual. Last night I was playing with Choco Ichigo. She was playing Drawful. It was pretty fun. I met some new people, some new friends. Yeah. Some new members, some new subscribers. I like new art friends. I'm busy writing a song, so I'm doing well. Ah, perfect. I'm gobsmacked by the detail in the castle, like that. Like, it has me going, what? Well, the canvas is pretty big. Like, honestly, the castle is this big, and the actual painting is like what you see on screen. Like, it's this big. And let me just grab myself so I can illustrate it better. So the canvas is like this big, and the castle is that small. That's how big the canvas is. And because of it, it was so heavy that I had to make a new file, which is this, so then I can work in peace, because every 5 seconds it would freeze with the detail of everything else. It's crazy. But yeah, you see all this detail, but it was me cheating. Like, I did these windows separately. Oh, right, kind of like this. You see these patterns? I did them on a vector layer based program called Affinity Designer. And I did them separately. You know how it cuts here? It's because I only made one. And then I copy paste, 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 copy paste. Turn it into like this file. And yeah, I can just plaster it in and then draw on top of it. So it, you know, it feels like it's adding more detail. And these are very crazy simple details that I will make more complex. But, you know, see, it's kind of like this too. I made them separate. I put them to the perspective. I made like a perspective line setup so I can just align it better like this, and then I can just start rendering. It's a little easier, and then I can just make some suggested shapes like this, and then I can start rendering. Same thing here. The perspective is not good on these sketches, but that's why they are just sketches. I just want that shape, that feel, right? And then in the background, this thing is new. The castle used to look like this, but then I added these, like these background shapes, because I assume that this is like the front side of the castle, right? What we can see, but then in the background there are elements we cannot see, and they'll only be lit by the light a little bit, and that's just it. There won't be any more shading to these. but what we see on the front has all the more details. So it's kind of like a false, part of the castle that is more for the spectacle of it. So people can think it's more complicated when in fact it's a lot simpler. And of course, these towers are a copy of this tower. Like this tower on the side, I made it once and then I copy pasted 3 more times. And I made some arrangements in the middle so it doesn't, you know, it feels different. And then of course this is different, this symbol here. Like there's something here, there's like this character. And then there's like the same windows as before. And then some random details in the middle. Yeah, you see, like everything is just simple patterns put together in a way that don't kind of conflict with each other. This was just me making swirlies and very random things, trying to match it on the other side, which is to me impossible. But I try, you know. I want to tell a story with these details. Like every detail that I put here is my client's lore. My client has like a lore video and I started to look at it and I started to think like, okay, how can I add elements of that lore in here? I found you through her. Awesome. So you're one of the people that I met through there. Awesome. Yeah. I love Choco Ichigo, man. She's so cool. She has a different way of using Clip Studio, which is using... It's kind of funny because I know a lot of people using Clip Studio now, and everybody has like a different method of using it. To the point that I'm like, wow, I didn't think of using it that way. Choco exclusively like makes line art like this and then manipulates the lines like exclusively that way. And then there's another person that never uses vector lines and never uses pen pressure either, which is like insane to me because I depend on pen pressure, and yet their art pieces are so phenomenal. Again, it's one of those things where everybody has something to contribute and teach you something amazing on how to use your tools beyond what you think is possible. It's just so much fun, dude. Oh, there is a gap here on the mask, so let's... Yeah. Masks are sometimes a bother, but when you learn how to use them, they're good. Also, today I tried to do some laundry side note. When I'm done with the stream, I hope it stops raining so then I can just hang out outside. Doosits is making one of those detailed scrolling art pieces. I am back with some dried cranberries and cashews. Ah, yum. I had some cashews a while back. They're gone now. I like them too much. They're not gonna last. Also, you see how I'm just doing simple shapes? Like I'm not bothering with... At least as a start. As a start, I'm just blocking out the details. Just like that. It's like, whatever. And then we can just hop in and then... Oh, again, I love this brush because look at these details. Don't they look like chipped stone? Like I can play along with the chipped stone and make like these indents and play with the lights and shadows. So it feels like these are like ancient and broken and full of warts and texture. So I can lean into the imperfections of the brush and then just make like this crumbly thing, and then add some highlights next to the crumbly bits so it adds a little bit more of relief, some topology, some lifted up areas, and then bring them down again. We are sculpting with light essentially. It's such a weird phenomena that I found that I didn't notice before. Like if I grab this, like if I grab that and then I shade it, just make it all black, and then just grab some pale white and then make it like this. Like I'm shading with light. I'm just adding a little bit of a soft brush light, right? And then if I... Like it feels like it's lifting up from nothing, you know? Like this is flat and then I'm lifting it up. like it's coming up to the light. And then if I make it small and add like a shadow next to a light, it feels like an emboss. Like an element that is just protuberating. And then I can add some drop shadows to it. And then it feels a little bit more 3D. A little bit of a sharper shadow. So I can feel like it's popping out more. And then a highlight. If it indeed is like a shiny thing. If not, we can keep it like this. Making sure that the glow doesn't bleed into this bit. Making sure it's separate. So you see, I'm kind of sculpting with just shading. I'm not using any lines. Similarly with indents, if I chip the shape like that, and then I lean into it with the shading, I can grab pure black. There, you see, it feels solid because I'm playing with the shading. Like, if I grab a little bit of dark and then so it feels more like a slippery slope, and so now it's less of a sharp turn and more like a soft divot into it. And I can also add some bulk on the corners, so it feels like whatever cut this through also like pushed some mass but aside. So I'm going to add some mass to the border, and then on the shading I'm gonna add some shadows to the sides, not too much, but you see how it already feels 3D. Like whatever slashed the sphere, I put some highlights on the edges. Just a little, not too much. And then more shading. You balance it out. So it doesn't feel like the rest of it. Maybe I can normalize it all with some surrounding shade. But you see how it feels 3D already? I'm sculpting with just shading. I don't need to do some line art or whatever. Like, it's pretty fun. Pretty fun to do tests like these. Texture is just another layer of shading. And a combination of sculpting. If you have that sense, you can do pretty good shading. But it starts out by blocking out the normal shapes like this. And then you can work your way into the details. Also, hello, Forgotten Toast. How are ya? Sorry I haven't been coming to the... why did I red egg? The Delta Rune student have been trying to dodge spoilers. I don't know why autocorrect keeps trying to turn everything into GG. Don't worry, Forgotten. We are pretty much almost done because right now we're entering chapter 4, but people voted for an art stream, so we're doing an art stream instead of Deltarune. Which I don't mind. I certainly need to go back to working on these art streams. Okay, so that texture is not gonna work because I need a round brush for this. So I want a shading color, and then I'm going to add a bright color for the window, and I'm going to bit it on the side so that way it feels like this is the wall and then this is the glass. So, you know, like if I do this, maybe you can understand the volume of it. And then like the border of the window. But you see, like, this is the walls surrounding the window. So it's 3D that way. So I'm gonna keep it like that. This actually helps a lot. I never knew how to think about drawing in black and white. It's pretty useful. Understanding shading that way, very useful. Because the way that I do things, right? If I want to do something for a client and I want to be really fast, I do everything in black and white, and then I just go to layer, new correction layer, gradient map. People that have been on this channel have seen me do this a lot. But as you can see, I can change the color, or at least what this does is that it grabs a value of gray and it exchanges it for a color. And I can do this with various specific colors. I can change the unique colors of a specific value. I just want like, oh, I want this gray specifically to be this tone of blue, or this tone of red, and so on. I can't really show you what that looks like, so I'm just going to where is it? Oh, I'm working on the wrong layer, of course. That makes so much sense. Here it is. So this is the menu on how it looks, right? Any corner will say, oh, I want this tone of blue to replace that same tone of gray. And I can change the colors. I can grab like this dark blue that is in the corner. I can turn it purple if I want. I can turn it neon green and make all the shadows very bright and weird. So yeah, this is a really good tool. And the good thing about this is that it makes you understand values. So you know what has too much light, what has very little light. And it balances out your piece entirely. It's not a replacement for understanding values in colors. Like, you can just shade with the colors, but if you want to be speedy about it and make sure everything is in the proper values, then you could use this method. But again, keep practicing normal color mixing studies. Those are really important too. This is just one technique, but it's not the technique, you know? We shouldn't be lazy, even though we do have the tools. Let's see. I've heard good things, but I want to experience it myself, kind of thing. No, yeah, you will like Chapter 3. Chapter 3 is very existentially strong. And the Easter eggs are really fun to figure out. I mean, I couldn't figure out the whole egg thing because I want to get the eggs. I had to look for a tutorial. But I was halfway there because I like to look for secrets, and I was almost there. It's just that the final steps were so obscure, I would have never figured it out. Because it's one of those, do this very random thing at this very random moment. And I'm like, what clues led me to this? But at least now I have the Shadow Crystal from Chapter 3. So I can lead that way to Chapter 4. And I also have the egg. So I feel complete. I want that really, I want the secrets. But yeah, I'm excited for Chapter 4. I'm also excited for Silksong. But again, you guys voted for Deltarune the last time. And I don't want to play something y'all would find boring. But yeah, I'm excited. It gave me so much inspiration. So that's something I wanted to share. Yeah. Gotta go back to work. Hope you have a good day. Oh, no problem, Forgotten Toast. I hope you have a good day. And I hope you don't have to work too much, you know? I hope your work day is easy. Easy peasy. Simple money.
Give me the money. The money is mine.
Oh, Aaron. Aaron. I saw a video on Deltarune. It's very scary. Is it? At least I haven't seen the Chapter 4. Maybe Chapter 4 is the scary part. But Chapter 3 indeed has like these very strong themes of... I don't even know, because I don't know what some of these characters even are. Like, we do get lore about the world and understand why everybody is how they are and what the Dark World is, and I just don't understand everything yet. And what are we hoping for real? Like, what's the main goal here, but because all the characters have different interests, and I'm starting to appreciate Susie a lot. Like, she's so cool. I already appreciated her, but the sentiment she feels to her friends is like, it's like, wow, she's actually growing up, getting some cool friends and stuff. Now, Chris confuses me. I don't know what they want. And considering the ending of chapter 3, I'm even more confused because, I don't know, usually it seems like Chris has everything under control, but the end of chapter 3 left me with so many questions about them. And some interactions in chapter 3 also left me with a lot of questions. It's like, why are you looking at me? You played the game for Shadow Mantle. That alone was rather disturbing. Well, yeah. The Shadow Mantle was specifically so I could get the Shadow Crystal. Because apparently it was a very strong defense item. So I wonder what the consequences of that are. Because even I was like, oh, don't tell me I'm messing up my route. But again, I think that Undertale and Deltarune are... Toby Fox is this guy that is asking constantly, what would you do based on your curiosity? How far is your curiosity willing to take you? Are you willing to commit some atrocious things for the sake of understanding or seeing what happens? I mean, that's what he did with the No Mercy route in Undertale. And the problem is, or rather the virtue of going through it is, you can't erase it. Like, I've done everything in my power. You guys saw it, that it still registered my ancient sins from decades ago. Because I was curious, because I had to see what happens, right? And Toby Fox just punished us for it. It is an impossible reversal if you give your soul away. And that, like, if you don't give your soul away for the sake of desperation, like, I just want to play the game, man. Yeah, sure, have it. It's like an eternal mark. Like, you can go in the No Mercy route all you want, but so long as you don't give away your soul, there's always a way to reverse it. The problem is, as a kid, I was curious at what would happen. And I never thought that there would be consequences for that, because usually games are very easy to fool. They're very simple to sidestep. But in this case, Toby gave us a very interesting lesson. It's like, some things you cannot win over. And again, I've tried to do everything, but once you give away your soul in Undertale, it's lights out. It's over. All your runs will forever be tainted, and that's just reality now for the rest of your life. Is it messed up? Yes, it is. But is it realistic? Sometimes. Sometimes that's just how life is. And again, I appreciate that honesty. It's one thing that helps people, or at least young people at the time, confront the fact that they are not immortal or absent of consequences. It is annoying for a lot of people, though, because they feel entitled to, no, we feel entitled to the experience we want to have in a game. And sure, to a degree, that is, I guess, something I can agree with, but Undertale is just such a special product. I just feel that this is a very, I don't know, like, it's unique. Why mess it up for the sake of convenience? It's like, yeah, the point of the game is to make you feel bad for making those terrible choices. What do you expect? You can't go back. It's over. You're done. And it's one of the things I've had to come to accept, because I'm empathetic, right? I mean, yeah, I'm very empathetic. And I like these characters. I was just curious what would happen. I'm like, I can always go back. But I ruined it. And I guess that's just something I gotta handle for the rest of my life. And so when Deltarune started to do something similar, where there are multiple routes, I know that I don't want to go the Snowgrave route, because I've seen it, and it's like, that's not, I don't feel right doing that. But then I caught myself midstream going to get the Shadow Mantle, and I'm like, oh my god, am I doing the same thing again? Am I allowing my curiosity, or at least my sense of completionism, drive me through this adventure, so that way I can end up winning at any cost. Again, Toby Fox is an amazing creator for this, and I appreciate the, like, it. Maybe I'm thinking about it too deep. Maybe I'm just overreaching, but it just made me feel that way. And I feel that's one of the good things that make it a fascinatingly amazing game. And sure, not every game should be a freaking test of morality, but at least one time, you know, one game doing it a different way that everybody did it at the time, which was a lot of, oh, if you become a good guy, you get access to these powers, and if you're a bad guy, you get access to these powers, and there's no more consequence for it. Maybe a few extra lines of dialogue, maybe your ending is a little different than most, and that's fine. But this, like, actual consequences, oh, that gave me goosebumps, man. I could talk endlessly on how beautiful that town was, but I'll keep it short. It's what you would expect from rural Dutch town in the middle of nowhere, so yeah. Oh, it's one of your trips, right, Waffles? Oh yeah, you went to some beautiful places. I'm not spoiled, but after you finish, you can check up for yourself the thing you didn't do. This one is so much more than Undertale. Oh, now that's fascinating. Petals, regretfully mine, hello. How are you doing, dude? How's my favorite shark? How's my favorite shark doing? Totally doesn't say this because Gura retired. But yeah, man, what's up? And hello, Bubbly Plays too. How you been doing? You shilly gooba. Happy to see ya. Happy to have ya. Sit back and relax. We're just chilling, trying to be productive. For once in my life. For once in my life, I'm trying to do the thing. Not procrastinate, no distractions to keep me away. I'm your favorite by default. It's kind of like what I told my mom. It's like, Mom, I gotta tell you this, but you are the best mom I've ever had. And she's like, the only mom you've ever had. I'm like, yeah. And I appreciate that so much. You are so good. You're the best mom. She's like, uh-huh. What do you want? Give me $5 million. Bunk. Oh.
Mother, please.
I want the money.
Oh, here it comes.
You know what? Hydration check. I need to drink some. Everybody drink your water. Do not neglect your hydration. You require it to function as a functional human being. Especially sharks. Sharks need their water. Even though they are very salty. Yes, salty sharks. They're the best. And here is the window. Actually, this thing is looking straight, so it should have like the bright texture. Again, texture brush. The thing wash brush. Oh, there we go. Oh, whoops! The thing moved. Moving the disclaimer more to the middle. I want it more in the middle so you guys can see like the freaking, what is it? Yeah. So you guys can see like my brushes and my setup. So you can follow up if you want. So I just moved the thing in the middle. And the blood has stopped circulating into my leg. Let me stretch it. Stretch. I can't feel anything. It's gonna feel like a bunch of ants in a minute. Ah! Alright. Moving to the center.
Accommodating my seat.
Staring directly at the canvas of destiny. Putting on some light on the side, the faces of radiance, looking at the sunset and the sunrise. At the same time, your glory's beautiful. Be here or there, anywhere you go. Light shines through your soul. Light shines through your soul. Yeah. The light shines through you. The light shines through you. Okay, back. I just made a quick video about playing the first version of the first game that I've ever made. The first game that Made has played. That Everlong has played. What? Just made a quick video about playing the game. Oh, you played it? Yeah. What? Which one did you play? Playing the first version of the first game that everyone has played. The first game that everyone has played. Atari?
Sorry, I do not catch that.
Finally, after 2 months of cooking, we got our PNG model. Also stick figure style. Piano Tube Mini. You got it? You finally did? Awesome. Can't wait to see it. Put on your links in the Discord so then we can see later. You know there's the self-promo thing on the Discord server. Want to see your creations. You will see in the description for those that are new. You can see the Discord link. If you are 18 plus, you may join and share what you've been creating. Squirrel Simulator original, not the online version that I made. My riding. Oh, the Squirrel Simulator game. Yeah, I remember. You were mentioning it. Just recently, I saw like a short that said that squirrels can eat meat. And then somebody yesterday was telling me, oh yeah, that's because they need calcium. So they eat bones and like deer antlers and stuff. That they, you know, it's less for the meat, more for the bones. And I'm like, oh, that's new. I didn't know that. You learn something new every day. This gray. I need grayer. Oh, it's saving. Okay. Yeah, last time every save was like 15 minutes, and that is unacceptable. Really. I'm happy that I made a new document. I can work way faster. Now let's make some nice gradients. Yeah, from far away. There you go. Looks more 3D. And actually, instead of a round thing, well, that doesn't look good with a round thing. It might look good with a round thing actually, but it might be better if I use one of these. Copy, paste. Okay, move it up here. You'll finally see me using one of these. Oh, nope. That's not what I want. I didn't make Squirrel Simulator 2 online. I'm just famous on that game. Got it. Right, so I got this, and I'll make it smaller. The good thing about this is that I can manipulate it into whatever I want, see? I can make it smaller, I can make it bigger, whatever the convenience is for the moment. Yeah, a little bit like this. And I'm gonna use this green. I need another one. This one. So I got two vanishing point lines perfectly placed, so I can transform this window into the right perspective position based on this wall face. So we're going to grab these corners. these. And there we go. Properly perspective thingamajig. And we erase this because we don't need everything else. We just need like a chunk of this, half of it. There we go. And now we can start rendering it. Let's put it into position. Actually, Control Shift click it, and let's change the color to black and white. There we go. Now it's a little easier to work with. Align it more or less in the center. And now we can start shading. Though we don't have to mess around with the design, it's already made. We're gonna add some elements around it, like the border of the frame is this shadow thing because it's occludes the most from the light. Okay, very simple. Well, I'm heading out. Glad I was able to watch the stream for a bit. Have a good day, everyone. Take care, Julius. I'm so happy to see you.
Take care, have a good day. So happy to see you today. Da, 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 da.
And my headphones are low battery. Yeah, oh, that sucks. When it starts saying like low battery every 5 minutes or every 5 seconds, I don't know. Like, it's so annoying. My headphones do that. I think it's like a standard now that all headphones do that. Which, you know, fair, but come on, man. I don't want to. I don't want to stop, Hefe. I need to listen to my tunes. Put a little shade here, and then with some pale white, we can identify the corner of this and separate it from everything else. Some light variation to this. And we can add variation to the volume of it, but the light is coming from this direction, so we need to add some darkness to the side here and in between, so it feels more like a relief, a solid thing, and then divide this section. Oops. Yeah, a little lower, like that. And there you go. You know, it feels a little bit more 3D. And we fill it up. Actually, wrong layer. Yeah, now we fill it up. Somewhere that takes light in. And again, we have this new brush we made, so all we gotta do is align it properly here and then here, and we have a very nice platform. Let's just make it bigger. There we are. Same thing up here. And now we can play with the corners, the edges. There we are. I was supposed to use PNG Tuber Plus sprite sheet feature, but it couldn't handle it. So I turned into an animated PNG instead using EasyGIF website. The computer was wheezing through it all. Oh no. Your model's too powerful. How could you? Why? Oh man. But you got to figure it out then? Jeez. Hang on, let me scroll up to what you said before. You were mentioning oh, I think I missed this message. Speaking of animation, I have a monthly art challenge thing on my server, and everyone just decided to animate their entry for this month. Everyone just sent animation, a work in progress. It's usually illustrations. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, if anybody that is here, check out Skylearns' Discord channel. It's really cool. They have art challenges. They have a bunch of projects that you can check out. It's really awesome. After 2 months of cooking, we have PNG model. Oh, so you're using ViadoTube Mini. Yeah, now ViadoTube has like more features that you can use to play around with the animation of your character. You can add GIFs, so that way your character's more animated. I haven't done it yet, but I can definitely do an... what is it? Like a intermission between speaking and not speaking with a little bit more flow. I could do that. It's just gonna take a little bit more time to make, but it's not impossible. One of the good things about ViadoTube that allows you to do that. So now we're going down to this part of the building, which I can close it off. For the sake of shading, separation, and then we can start making another like that and then grab this shading, color, this tone, and then we make it down here, and then we grab the white of the building that is looking at the sun. We leave some shadow, and then we unite it with this, color the rest of this. We leave these patterns in because we're going to make them feel more engraved. There we go. We're slowly carving out new pieces so that we can shape them later. I mean, shade them, not shape them. Oh, that's silly. Put a little bit of a 3D element here, which is just the side of it, and then we cut it off like, where's the blue? Let's put it like here. Control Shift click to teleport, and now we follow this line. There we go. See, now we're blocking out some really nice details already. As for this, we are going to need some shapes. So we're going to have a circle, another circle, another circle, or maybe an oval this way, an oval that way, a larger oval this way, a larger oval that way. bigger circle. And then a bigger circle. The same thing here. Just bigger circle. Now, based on this, Control-Shift-Click to teleport to this. I'm gonna move this more or less in the middle. Same thing here. Control-Shift-Click this. A little to the side here. Control-Shift-Click. Nope. That's not what I wanted. Control-Shift-Click this. Actually. Control-Shift-Click here. Move to invisible ink and start making the inward patterns like that. Am I doing this in the wrong layer? I am. If I go here and I erase these textures, so that way you can carve a path for the new ones. There we go. I will put in the inward texture here. You know, it feels a little bit more in this case. More. You might be wondering why I'm eating up a huge chunk of this shading and not the other. Well, again, it's basically because we are looking at it from the side, so we can see more of the sideways here, but not here. And now I'm noticing that this is a little bit too close to the border, so I should move it close, more inward. I should send it to your server so I can show you. Oh yeah, please. Yes, we figured it out. Also, it's because the director's body has moving galaxy stars. It's what made the animation heavier, but the other tube mini is nice. Full version is awesome too. Nice. Let's see. Oh, this is UDD. She's streaming right now. Rafts with Riri. There, I sent it to general art channel so you can look at later. I love how the model turned out. Now let's see. I want to see it. Here's me. General art. Yo. Yeah, this is cute. Whoops. My phone going cray. You put it on this side here, or just want to be able to look at it. Want to be able to see chat through my phone, because there are some things that appear on the chat that I can only see through my phone, so I want to have it somewhere. But yeah, this is really nice. Like, it's simple, but let me see zoom it in so I can see the stars. Oh wow, yeah, like they move. I mean, if you make it a GIF, like a looping GIF, then it shouldn't be that much of a problem, right? Watching you sculpt 3D structure is awesome. Thank you. I'm trying to do the do. All right, let me grab this Discord capture. Yeah, here it is. So yeah, check this out, guys. This was what Learns was talking about. Oh, I can really Look at all the elements that they've put in. Gift butcher gradients. The director is full of gradients. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yo, that is so cool. So you got the cards. You got just the orb with flowers, like a bouquet. The galaxies are moving. Oh, this is sweet. No, I'm telling you, Violating is amazing. Really glad that I found it. And I'm happy that it's been helping you guys. If only I could... Let me see. Control click on the image to see what's holding up. Okay. So maybe theoretically I could get away with this. Okay. Control D to deselect. I'm gonna grab an M for the marquee lasso tool. Oh, little tip. When you have like something like this, don't try to move your cursor there, because maybe you'll do this and grab something you don't want to. What you can do is start from the start of wherever's the hardest and go down the easier route. And then connect to the start of the hard bit like this and sort of aim it and then let it go. It will make a straight line, so you don't have to actually, yeah. And if something is missing, you can just shift, drag, click to add to it. But what I want to do is to maybe move this whole chunk a little bit sideways. Then I don't have to redo that whole thing again. Sadly, I can't. Oh, I can transform it. I can transform the corner. That is really good. Let me just do this and just hit OK. I mean, of course, because it's a vector layer, it kind of screws everything up on the side, but you know. I found it because of you, so thank you for teaching me a lot of that stuff, Doosits. Oh, thank you. That's exactly what I wanted to do all the time. Just share any resource that I learn and have people share their resources with me, because that's how we make an artistic community strong. Everybody having the tools necessary to follow their dreams, and especially now with the whole thing where people now can apparently push a button and something pops out. That's not very, you know, community centric. It's very appealing for those that want to just get rich quick, but it doesn't build any skills or community or a tool set that you can be very versatile in. So, you know, that's what I wanted to share these things for, so people can be more assured that they can actually create something and have fun with it. So I get very giddy when I see you guys making things. By the way, how's the art video writing coming along? When you were cooking with the writing channel, I don't remember the title. I don't have a title yet, but let me turn it back on. I want to make a stream later. Why it doesn't do the capture pops? Oh, because I have the Discord off. So I want to maybe later do a, where is it? Oh, here in the writing. Work in progress writing and the video art tutorial series. Why is it cropped? How do I uncrop this? The window capture. Properties. Let's set all the defaults back on. cancel. That's not what I'm looking for. Okay, it's still cropped. I think I did something with the transformation. So transform, edit, transform. Ah, here it is. This is what I was looking for. Reset. There we go. Okay, so I have this channel. You see, work in progress in literary corner, and on this section where it says art tutorial video series, which is the series that I want to make, the first video that I want to make has to do a lot with self-confidence, right? And I want to make something short but sweet that is like within the 3-minute limit, but also something that is complete. So, or maybe make a few multiple ones, and I'm writing down all the points that come to my mind on what are some things that should be. I even came up with like a metaphor that I could use to make things a lot easier, which is this illustration, because I figured a symbolic way that I can see it is that this is your mind, right? Your mind is like a field where you can put multiple ideas in the form of seeds that can grow into multiple fruits and things that you raise like cattle or pets. And those are your favorite ideas. Those are the ideas you feed your inspirations from, your self-worth, the kind of person you want to be, etc. And the work environment is like the climate. It's like your mood. It's like your emotional state. And whatever is happening on the ground, whatever you put in there, all the ideas, all the things that you see end up either intoxicating your field, your ground where you grow ideas, or it could end up enriching it. And sometimes stupid ideas like watching movies that don't quite reach the potential you were waiting for end up being like manure, which you can just grab those wasted opportunities and then you can use them to make your own ideas even better, because you're like, oh my god, that idea would have been so cool, why didn't they do it? So you just grab it and put it on your field and put it as a seed, develop it as a project, right? So everything that is on your field is a mixture of your entire life experience and what you have seen, what you have loved, what you have hated, and everything that you see or experience or consume will end up on your field. And the seeds that you plant are the things that you will sow later, right? So controlling your mind, controlling what you consume, what you watch, the time you spend on things will make your field more enriched or more poor. And the ideas that you choose to develop, which would be projects, would be opinions about people, those are also like developing plants or things. And so these things you nurture, these things you keep with you, are the things that will end up becoming something that will bloom into a fruit or a flower in your head and could give seeds to other ideas, or it can give you project results like, oh, I made a movie, oh, I made an animation, I improved in art today. That is the fruitage of your efforts. But then there is another component, which is like self-doubts and excuses or just stalling. All these things that will prevent your ideas from growing. And when they're developing, when nothing could stop them, you stop it yourself, because these pests in your mind kind of absorb the nutrients away from the field, and all your ideas just go down because specifically you kind of gave up on them, or you're finding ways to not do them, or something else like time wasted on things that will dull your mind and not sharpen them. Well, the projects will end up not, because some people say, I don't have ideas, I'm not a creative person, and I have to ask them, how many movies have you watched? How many books have you read? How many outdoor experiences have you had? Do you do sports? Do you just like to walk on the beach? Do you like to go to the park? Do you own pets? Do you look at the sun every now and then? Do you touch grass? You know, you need to live life in order to then go back and project it. You need to infuse your field with nutrients. Another thing that I like to have with this metaphor is that agriculture requires that every so often you change the soil, or at least ground it up again, because plants take away the nutrition from the ground. You cannot expect to have the same ripe fruit in the same spot every time. You get diminishing returns, so you have to constantly feed the earth and infuse it constantly. You got to drag something so it can become soft again, so it doesn't end up rigid, so then it can have new nutrients. So you got to move it around. It's kind of like your mind. The mental field needs to be replenished all the time. You need to constantly look for new ideas and training yourself constantly again. So I felt that was a really good metaphor, right? Like in agriculture, you rake the earth, you put in new ideas, new fertilizers, and you do some pest control, which would be mental health. And no matter the atmosphere, your mental moods, you control them. You make sure that you know yourself, okay, this I can control, this I can't control. And then you manage your time, your moods, and you create a project. But you see how long that took for me to explain? Maybe this is not the best metaphor for it. Maybe it is, but I have to simplify it more. But look at all the ideas that I have. I've been gathering a lot of ideas for this. Look at this. These are all... the heck? These are all just ideas like failure. It's a learning opportunity. Imagine you're playing a game. So this is one of the things like, oh, if you are afraid of failing, well, guess what? If you want to start doing art, you need to fail a lot. That is just part of it, because they are growing pains. You are forged by experience and cycles. And some cycles involve a lot of failure, pain, suffering, and then you end up growing and pushing through your limits and reaching a new limit, and so on and so forth. And sometimes you need to be flexible. Maybe you won't progress a lot in one spot unless you set back yourself and sit down and relax, or try something new and then go back to it, and then you'll see you progress again. Or maybe it's just time to try something else. Art literacy. Learning art as a language helps with interpretation and conveyance. Is really important, because some people say, oh, it's my style, or oh, it means what it means. And it's like, well, you just need to learn how to speak in art terms. You cannot just say whatever you want and expect people to understand it, and they're not any lesser for not understanding. You just need to convey ideas better through your art. The more you try, the better you will be at this language, and this is part of the learning process. Purpose. Goals that mean things you keep you consistently inspired. Try finishing projects. Right. When you have a goal, you don't, the whole thing about, if you have the proper why, you can find out anyhow. If you have the right motivation, you can genuinely just plaster through all limits and get it done. And I like that. It's just that a lot of people don't have, because it can also be a hobby. The problem with art nowadays is just like, oh, you should sell it, you should make it a business. It's like, sometimes it's just a hobby, man. And maybe that's the purpose. The purpose is to keep you balanced and to have fun. That's also a noble purpose that can keep you consistent. Criticism, how to give and take. This is a very important skill, especially for novices. Perfect practice. You might be holding the axe backwards. Basically, it doesn't matter how much you practice. If you don't practice the thing that you should be practicing in order to progress, then it doesn't matter how much effort you put into it. It doesn't matter how many times you swing with an axe that is backwards, you won't chop the tree, especially not efficiently. You need the right angle, the right side of the axe, the right strike, and then you can do some progression. Limit your consumption. Analysis paralysis, no focus. If you have too many ideas, you won't be able to summarize it into one. And that is a skill in and of itself. You can gather a lot of ideas, but then you have to filter them and make a focus decision and take away a lot of the things you would want to say, but filter it through something that is distilled and pure and simple, so then the viewer or reader can understand it. Don't look at the mountain. intimidating, thinking you have to be perfect day one, ignoring someone's history of progress. This is important. You might have goals, but don't do goals that are like way up there you won't be able to see again. Be realistic, know your limits. There is no shame in starting small and doing baby steps. When you look back, you will see the long trek that you've dragged on. So, and some people ignore the journey that other people have had to do. It's like, oh my God, you're so good at art, I will never be able to reach your level. And it's like, if you start today, maybe you could surpass me. Because some people took a long time to get here. It wasn't like a miracle. Like, I'm frigging 31 years old and I'm still learning things, you know? So don't look at the mountain, just take baby steps and then you'll see how far you can go. Which again leads to born talented. Minds are wired different. It does not mean that people are born talented. They still have to learn the rules. People spend more time learning what they care about most or have a good sense for, and so they make it seem easy. Some people are wired different. Some people need more practice than others. That's just it. But it doesn't mean you're born talented, and if you need to put in a lot more effort to become a little better, so be it. The point is, don't give up just because you can't do it at the start. You're not born talented. You're not meant to be or not be talented. That is just a dumb myth. An investment on your dexterity and knowledge, like exercise and dieting. Yeah. When you practice, you're exercising. If you don't do that, you become atrophied. It's that simple. You don't work out, your limbs become noodle arms. It's that easy. The same thing happens with your mind. And art is more than just learning how to draw or sculpt or whatever. It's also getting, I don't know, like, again, art is a language. You gotta say something. It doesn't have to be something important. It can just be like skibbity toilet. But with the art, having something to say and understanding life itself and having all these philosophical mental loops, it keeps you sharpened, you know? It keeps you sharp. It's like, yeah, I have something to say. And then you can just say it in a way that is interesting for somebody that is viewing your art. So it is an investment. And speaking of, you carve your own path. My path can't be your path. The results should be efficient, though. So I could have made it look easy, but and I could give you all the advice in the world, but at the end of the day, you might find that my method is not helping you improve, and that's fair because everybody learns differently. You can never be like me because I am Doosits. You are you. It doesn't mean that either of us is better, it's just that we have different styles and different ways of conveying the same expression or emotion or topic. We say it different, but we say the same thing, if that makes sense. That's where art style comes in. And you gotta be okay with carving your path. Your art should not look like somebody else. Some people give tutorials and it's just like, oh, you first move a line and then do this. It's like step by step, but they're not telling you why. I saw some tutorials that teach you how to make an eyeball, and sometimes just they make an eyeball, but others just say, okay, so there's a ridge here, there is a little valley here, there is a indent here, and you know, like they teach you by parts so then you can understand why it's structured that way, so then you can make your own no matter what style. That's very different than just telling you how to do something. It's not like a cake. It has to have your own flavor every time, so long as you understand the rules, but you have your own style. Art autopsy. What does art need to be art? Example, you don't need to love art to be good at it. Oh my god, I put this in because it reminded me of one of my uncles. He was really good at painting, but he hated it. I love art, but I'm not very good at it at face value. Like, I need to put a lot of effort to be good. And this is one of the reasons I added it in. What does art need to be art? Well, it doesn't need passion, for one, because you don't have to like what you make to make it look beautiful. Because some people say that part of the soul of art is that you like it and that it's this magical thing. And it's like, well, sometimes art is just so well executed and the voice and the message is conveyed so well. Again, you might not like to speak, but you might be able to be a very good public speaker. You know what I mean? I think that makes sense, right? You can be a really good public speaker, but not like it. Like, oh man, I hate to talk, but apparently I'm very good at it, so they put me here. And that's fair, because a lot of pretension in art can be jumped and skipped by stuff like this. Because I feel that the discussion of what is art and what isn't has made people go into this feedback loop of it means nothing. I don't know. It's just, it feels like a trap online. It's like discussing politics or something. Aptitude. Confidence comes with trust and understanding. Understand your tools. Important. Learn how your tools work. Learn the fundamentals. Combine your knowledge. Nothing can stop you. Nothing can stop you. It's that simple. And when you understand something, you don't fear it. Fear comes from a lack of understanding. Anxiety comes from a lack of knowledge. If you don't know something, you will become anxious. At least those that don't have clinical anxiety, which is very different, I believe, because I am not diagnosed with anxiety, right? But I do feel anxiety, the normal kind, when I don't understand something. I'm like, I don't know what's happening, and I'm getting, you know, a little twitchy, and that is pretty much it. That kind of anxiety comes from a lack of control. But once you understand something and can control it, you can just say, oh, it's from here to there. It's not a hard choice. And then you can just start molding things. Whatever's under your control, you can mold. And what's under your control? Whatever you understand, whatever you found a way to get around and have a hold on it. You understand that you have a hold on it, and then you can just move it around. But if something is above you and it's too hard for you to understand, then baby steps until you get it, you learn it, take your time. And with that aptitude, you gain confidence and trust in yourself that you can learn it and you can execute things. You understand your tools. Like the whole Dunning-Kruger effect, that the less you know, sometimes the more confident you become. And then when you learn about it, you understand how little you understand, and it goes into this downward spiral. But then you start to understand, and then your confidence goes back up. So it's like this valley. It's like the uncanny valley, that it goes down, like it dips down very deep, but then it slowly slopes up, and then it stays very high up. Because when you understand, finally, after understanding how little you know, then you just get it, and it's yours. Nothing can stop you. Which leads again to fairness. Be kind and fair with yourself. Being realistic does not mean ignore the pros. A good state of mind helps the journey. Pretty much that. Some people only see the bad and they think it's realistic. No, it's not. It's objectively not the most realistic way to see the world. If you cannot see the good and you only see the bad, then it's a biased point of view. And that also means your self-esteem. Oh man, I suck. I mean nothing. I shouldn't even try. But it's like, well, you have value. You have good things going for yourself. You cannot say that you suck and then don't say in what ways you excel. Because that's not a balanced worldview. And understanding this and admitting to this, it's like, well, okay. Then for every negative thing I say about myself, I need to say 2 positive things about myself. And if I can find it, at least 1 for every negative, and keep going that way, and harvest, or at least try to be better, but understand that there is always value in yourself. So being fair to yourself and progressing slowly is still progressing, which goes in tune also with quitting. Sometimes it's healthy to quit and return years later, or simply shifting to a new craft or art medium. Yeah, I've seen people quit and be happy for it and discover a new passion. It's not bad. It doesn't mean you failed. It's that simple. We are wired differently. Some people like art, some people don't. Or they like art in a different department and they don't know it yet. So I think this point is good to have somewhere around here. Humility. seeking help and accepting help from anyone. Don't think you're the best. Don't think you're the worst. Balance. It's kind of like the same thing with fairness, right? You just gotta understand, like, hey man, you can get help from a child that is more skilled than you, or you can get it from a high-ranking master, or you yourself can give advice to someone that is a high-ranking master. It's the same thing. We're all in this together, right? Don't think yourself too high. Don't think yourself too low. Balance your introspection. But at the same time, you gotta be your #1 fan. You should be yourself. No one can motivate you for you. The same ways you're inclined to speak, you create art. You like to talk, you have things to say, you believe in what you say, or at least you've investigated enough to be convinced of a point of view, and maybe are posing a question to the public, or at least an idea, to see how people react or counter it. And that's a really important dialogue to have. And you should feel that you are your own fan. It's like, yeah, I can do this. I can speak my mind. I shouldn't be afraid to say what I have in my mind and have other people respond to it, or at least the people that matter, right? Because some people really don't like people to speak their mind, at least not in, you know what I mean. Mental library. Artists are world-class observers. To craft personal ideas, you must be filled with ideas, which is what I said before about the field. If you don't have a nutritious field of ground, how the heck do you expect to grow an apple? You need nutrition to grow plants. You need inspiration. You see, these are all points, and there's a lot more. There's a lot more. We're not going to go over them. But these are all the things that I now have to distill into something functional for those first videos, and then we can move on to full-on theory, full-on practice. It's like, yeah, let's make some lines, let's make some shapes, let's work on perspective, shading, blah, blah, blah. But I said to myself, it doesn't matter how technical I make these tutorials. If somebody doesn't do them for any of these reasons of self-worth, then what's the point? I should start at least with a little bit of motivation, not too much. Again, these are a lot of ideas, but I need to compact them into a cohesive, meaningful essay that only lasts for 3 minutes, maybe 2 or 3 videos, and then move on to the practice. I'm not sure. But this is so far what I've had, which is a lot. Now I could perhaps go on a stream and ask people to help me write it, or divide the topics into multiple 3-minute videos. Yeah, but that's pretty much what I have in mind so far when it comes to writing. And on Discord, you can see what I'm writing live. These are for future videos. If you have input, you can write here. You can give me ideas, you can give me advice, you can help me compress ideas into a cohesive metaphor, you know, depending on the point of this video, right? These are works in progress that you can make. You can make your own here too. You can just write new post, a topic, and then we can all read what you're reading. This is the literary corner. I'm not very good at reading stuff, but if you have stuff that people can advise on, or you want them to go over and read, there you go. This is the place to be. Also, hello, Sir Frogbeans. In the age of brain rot and AI slop videos, this is way harder now, especially if someone is chronically online. I am also chronically online. Yeah. This is one of the things that we gotta apply to ourselves too. There's so much to apply. That's the thing, is that we never stop growing, we never stop learning. And people think that there is a goal at the end of the tunnel. It's like, when I get the diploma, I will be the pirate king, you know what I mean? It's like, this isn't like anime, man. You are an eternal student, and that is it. I say this because as humans, we also forget things. And we have to relearn things. That is just a fact of life. We have to always relearn things. Especially when we grow very old. And we gotta be patient with other people and ourselves. Because again, it takes a while to remember things. It takes practice to become good at something for good, and you can't expect perfection. I think this is one of the reasons that a lot of people quit. It's like, I can't do it, I'm done, it's over, I'm frustrated, blah blah blah, and then they never touch a pencil again. It's like, what are you doing? This is part of the process. You can't expect to leave the gym and be buff, wake up one day and grow muscles. You're not Spider-Man. And there is no magical solution. One of the reasons I think Kung Fu Panda is one of the best movies when it comes to representing the journey of an artist. I would recommend everybody to watch the movie in that light. Just change Kung Fu with art. That's it. Change Kung Fu for art, and it would just work. Like, I've seen it. When Lord Shen makes a cannon, Po says, like, how do you defeat something that was designed to stop Kung Fu? And in my mind, I think of AI. How do you stop something that is meant to stop art? It's anti-art, you know? It's like this thing. Oh, what is it? Kai from the third movie also works very well for an analog for AI. Although the Lord Shen thing can work for AI, but I believe it could also be for like the silencing of art, because Lord Shen wanted to kill all pandas, thinking that the pandas were going to be his ruin. But it turns out he is also made of black and white, right? And the prophecy said that he will be stopped by a warrior of black and white. So it could be a self-fulfilling prophecy. The point is that people can try and silence you. They can try and make something to stop you from making art, but that shouldn't stop you from making art. You gotta be true to yourself, right? True to your own peace. Stay with inner peace and project the good you want into the world, and use their energy against them. It's one of the best things you can do when it comes to being an artist. You're an illusionist, but also you can grab any culture, any idea, and then filter it through a lens that can lead to emphasis, criticism, questioning, interest, studies. You can do a lot with ideas. That's the point. An artist's realm is ideas and dreams. So you have a lot of power. Whatever comes your way, even if it is in opposition to art, you can just grab it and discuss it with discipline and peace of mind. Being true to yourself, being like, yeah, I know my strengths, I know my weaknesses, and I think I matter, I think I'm valuable, and I am me. Much like the inner peace of Po, that he could grab a cannonball and deflect it somewhere else. But now with Kai, that could grab the essence of a lot of people and add it to his own strength, and even make like the Jade zombie warriors things that were like a copy of the masters. That just seems like AI, right? It copies skills and it grabs like old masters and forces you to fight them, essentially. So I thought that movie was very, very good for that sort of discussion or exploration. And I like what 𝐒𝐭𝐫 told him. When will you learn? The more you take, the less you have. And I'm like, geez, that's genuinely powerful for the people that want to use AI and stick with it. It's like, yeah, the more you take when it comes to art styles and you don't learn, you don't apply it to yourself, the less you have, because it's not yours. It's not your experience. It's not your life's journey. So at the end of the day, you have nothing without them. These people are nothing without AI, and it's that simple. If you don't practice, the people that will use AI practically would be artists that never neglect their fundamentals. that they can actually understand when and how to use it, not people that just are for profit. I'm not saying AI is bad, it's just that the application of it has been so hostile and so specific to getting results fast instead of a balanced, yeah, it can help you do XYZ, it can lift the load, and then you can be more creative here and there. You know, that's not the discussion. The discussion is you should quit because this thing will replace you, and that's, again, very Lord Shen. There is a right way to use that key in the movie, which is to give it away to other people to nurture a community. And that's what good artists do. They nurture an artistic community so that anybody can speak their mind and have at least a space where people can understand things. Art is very historical too. Like, you gather up experiences from people that are long gone and project it through emotion. And yeah, sometimes the curtains are blue, but sometimes it means something passionate. And through the history and the ages, you can see it through the expression people have used in art. Where would we be if we didn't have the luxury of self-expression this way? So, kind of like the pandas giving away their chi to nurture their world and the nature around them, is similar to how us artists help each other out to grow and become better artistic communicators. But Lord Shen but Kai just wanted it all to himself. So he took away other people's abilities to add to his own, but they are not his. So no matter how much he takes, he can never become equivalent to someone that is naturally, well, not naturally, but is more trained, that has more experience and more earnestness towards the craft. Doosits drawing, yay! Hello, Charlie Gaming, welcome. Again, it's one of the reasons I like Kung Fu Panda as an allegory for the life of an artist. And also, hello, Cirque Frogbean. Sorry I haven't been on these streams that much. I've been really focused on my projects and just working on myself. That is all I can ask for. I really, really love to hear that. Again, art is a lifestyle. When you create art, you are projecting your life. Whether or not you're ready to do something, or your fears or your insecurities, they are projected into your craft. And living life to then tell somebody about it is super healthy. So yeah, please don't feel sorry if you're still developing yourself or taking time for yourself. That's one of the most healthiest things you can do, and I encourage that. Again, I'm one of the weird streamers that enjoys the fact that people might not be active on the chat because I know they are doing projects. That's all I can ask for. I love that. I love that you guys are working on your projects and doing things. That's exactly what I want. I want this to be a cozy place, so then we can all just take time out of our busy schedules, sit and relax for 30 minutes, and then work for 4 hours straight. Do a little progress, and then go back to our daily lives, just all chill, and then go back to our projects again. Consistently every week, getting better each day. No rush, only results. I'm not gonna erase this, I can just drag it down. I love vector layers. I love vector layers. I don't have to delete any of this. I can just drag it all down and nothing can happen. At least for the more difficult parts, because I already rendered this section. I don't want to have to redo it again. It would suck if I did it on a raster layer in that case. I'd be like, I gotta do it again. Oh yeah, recently I finished a short animation test of 2 of my OCs. It took 9 hours. It's clunky, but I'm proud of it. Yeah. Again, I like this thing that I found online, right? That it said, make something so then you can fix it later. Because it's better than having nothing, right? So, yeah, it is one of those things. I'm actually very excited that you made something. Can't wait to see. I drew a squirrely line yesterday, and that is progress, Keegan. Welcome! Welcome to the show. How you doing? Oh man. Everybody, Keegan, really cool, amazing game player. And I learned this last time we collaborated. Freaking, you have a band, dude? I didn't know this. It took Crispy to tell me that you were in a band. Like, how dare you? You amazing, talented man. This man dares to be incredibly powerful. Doesn't even say. But seriously though, do you like post your band stuff somewhere? Cause heck, if I like it, I'll shill it. You want to see it? Very well then. Hang a moment. Yeah. Put it on your channel so I can see it. And if you don't mind, maybe we can see it. I don't know. That's a good way to look at it. Yeah. Sadly, I'm in 3 of them. 3 bands? Keegan, you're a monster. You're a powerful man. You didn't tell me. How could you? How else am I supposed to shill my friends out if I don't know they are awesome? It's so cool. I always say that I envy musicians because their art form is not like mine, where I have to sit down and create something for 10 hours. They can just grab a guitar and swoon somebody off their feet. Say the right lyrics with the right tones, and it's like you can attract an entire crowd. It's like I love musicians so much. I think the tag has worked. It's my newest short. All right. Click. Let me see the options. Go to channel. Bro, I can only make stick figures. Don't even. Have you seen 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐞𝐚's dojo? Have you freaking seen 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐞𝐴's dojo, dude? I was talking about this earlier, that you can do stick figures, right? But if you make it convincing with the right weight, like if you hit a punch and then you put in the right impact frames and the right consequence for the punch, then you can sell it even with stick figures. The point is not realism, it's conviction. It's an illusion. It's fake. You have to be able to fool the senses. It's not so much about learning to draw, it's more about learning how to manipulate the mind so it feels a certain way, but not necessarily being a certain way. You know what I mean? So if you want to make something feel real, you gotta make it have something that is grounded, that we can relate it, and then be like, oh yeah, that thing is heavy, when in fact it's just a bunch of paper pieces that you're moving around and shifting. So you don't have to feel like, I gotta be super high definition. It's like, have you ever seen one of these crazy simple shows that have a very basic baby shape based art style and they still make an amazing story? Animation test, Stanley and Matthew. Oh, it's this one in the shorts, right? Greatest Plan. Oh, okay, I see it. Let me show it. As a musician, no, I also have to sit for 10 hours trying to get these damn chords to work. Okay, yeah, okay, so I get that. But it's just that with enough practice, you can grab a guitar and just make something. I like, you know, the videos, maybe this is my version of people saying like, wow, you're so talented, I could never, you know, with art drawing. And I'd be like, well, you could just sit here and learn how to draw and it will be good. It's all about the illusion of making things look a certain way. And maybe that's my version of it. Maybe I have to understand that music is very complicated, but knowing and understanding things is what makes it be like, oh yeah, I can just sit down with a guitar and make like this amazing thing. But it took like 10 years to be able to do this. It's kind of like when they start children very young to learn violin and piano. It's like, no, you gotta start very early or else you won't get the coordination for it. And I get it. I think I get it, at least. Alright, let me see. Browser. Projected. animation. It's this one, right? I really like that you're adding smear frames to the eyes. You don't always have to do this, because it will look weird if the action is not fast enough, because smear frames are when the movement is too fast for the eye to track. But if not, you can actually keep them like immediate twitches. What animation that I've seen has eyes that dart in place? Oh my god. It's just that there are some really cool animations where I see the eye dart in place, because that happens in real life. Our eyes just dart to a certain place. They don't like have smear frames, if you can call it that. They don't blur. But in some cases you can do it. It depends on how cartoony you want to do it. And yeah, the movements are a little clunky, but I like the idle animation of the tail, and I like the subtle, soft, gentle movement of the sea creature looking sideways. Like, it's pretty good. It's very simple, but you can definitely improve upon it. This is really good. Let me see. I've missed a bunch of messages. I always have unfinished game projects, and it's like 3. So it's nice to hear you say it's cool to have anything at all. Honestly, yeah. You're not a failure if you take a while to do something. I mean, it's all part of the process, right? And maybe you genuinely just need to shift gears and get more inspiration. It's like, again, like I said before, it's like a field of flowers or a crops of apples. You need your soil to be fertilized, full of ideas, full of fresh things that come from somewhere else. So you need to learn to analyze art. You need to learn how to find inspiration in other artists. Find something that inspires you, or go outside, have an experience, have an adventure, play a new sport, try pottery, watch birds, read a book, watch a movie. You know, talk to a friend about something deep. It's life experiences that interests you, and then go study something you like that hasn't much to do with art, or maybe analyze your favorite artist. And then you sit down, you grab all these experiences plus something that you feel very strongly about, like an ideal that you have in your mind, or something that you have a really strong question that nothing has been able to answer it, and then make an art based on it. And it might take a while, and maybe the idea might shift because you now have new understanding with your life as it goes, and maybe your old idea from 10 years ago evolves into something better and new, and it took 14 years to create this story, but it only took you a few months because you now are better at using your tools. But in honesty, this story took you 20 years to make because it took a whole lifetime for you to gather all these ideas and mature as a person, and maybe have more questions and try to find the answers, or at least live life a little. And then you have enough inspiration to do it, because inspiration also involves understanding. You need to learn things and be excited about learning these new things to then be able to, oh my god, I learned how to make bread. What else can I bake? And then that question, what else can I do from here? That is inspiration. Inspiration is not something you sit there and wait for a muse to in your ear, and now, oh, I'm inspired all of a sudden. It's like, no, you need life experience and enjoying things that you like to then be like, I'm gonna try something new. And once you do and succeed, and then you ask yourself, what else can I do from here? That's inspiration. And then you become excited to keep going, and then you never stop. There's so much to do, right? There's so much to see, so much to do. Oh my god, maybe I need to keep... So any progress is good progress. You just gotta keep going. Henry Stickmin collections characters are stick figures, and it's one of the best game ever made by a man. Trust me, bro, it's not propaganda. The fandom is dying. Now, Henry Stickmin is a very fun phenomenon, and it's just a bunch of stick figures because it tells a good story. stories that we relate to, or at least have fun enjoying, and what we want to see Henry succeed or fail. Both of them. Equally as important. All the creative ways that Henry fails are just as interesting as all the way he succeeds. Because memes and art being a language that communicates through space and time and people enjoying the same things together in a community. Giving your chi away. Healing a group of people by just playing games and having fun and telling jokes. It's almost like art brings people together. Right, the feel and those stretch frames. Oh, Pondman, hello, welcome. Yeah, it's them. The smear frames were just for fun. Yeah, I like doing smear frames. They're really good. Your animation, what app do you use? Ivy's Paint. Oh, Ivy's Paint is really good. I have YouTube videos that I slowly edit over months. Taking your time with art is great. Balance is good. Doing both hyperfocus and exploring something new is good too. Balance. Exactly. Deuce just delivered the most elegant Go Touch Grass ever. I mean, it's a necessity. You can't... Guys, if you have an empty cup, how the heck do you expect to be hydrated? You're just gonna sit there looking at an empty cup and say,
Fill yourself with water! Up and away, water!
Shazam! It's not gonna happen. You gotta get up, go to a source of water, and drink it. Also, make sure that the water is safe to drink. Don't just drink water from the sea or a very random puddle. That where you get your inspiration and what you feel, what your ideals are, what your priorities are, mixed with what you consume, what you see, what you validate to yourself, will inform what you create. And it can be a healthy piece of art, or it can be a detrimental piece of art. Art doesn't have to be good or evil. So, again, what you put out there in the world is your responsibility. But at the same, because it will move people, right? Have you guys heard of Gloomy Sunday? I'm not gonna elaborate too much on it, but that song made waves, not the good kind. And like, I don't know, art moves the souls of a lot of people, and it's a responsibility. So you need to understand things of life to be able to project things of life that people will feel that, oh, this person knows what I feel. Have you ever, of course you have, you've sat down, you've gone through a very sad experience, and then you put music that validates your emotions, or at least ones that help you process those emotions better. When you feel sad, you put in sad music, or you put inspirational music to bring your spirits back up. It depends on the person, right? But music and art makes you kind of try and find that connection with other people that have felt the same way throughout history. People that are long gone and dead have been able to project and explain emotions that it took a lifetime for them to consolidate and filter and compress into this nugget of knowledge and wisdom that you suddenly grab, and after years of living, you finally understand what they meant, and it's like, wow, that is the best way someone has ever put it. And it's because art is communication throughout history. It's awesome. Deuce is making sure we don't die from drinking seawater is an accurate assessment of my intelligence. Billie Holiday rules. One of the best singers ever. What can you tell me of him? You see, again, it's one of those things that I don't know about, but I can learn. That's another thing. I am not a musician, but I am excited to learn about it. And it has enriched my life, because that way I can find new patterns in new places, and I can find ways to express things through visual arts that I couldn't if I did not understand the audible side of art. The more you understand, the better you can communicate, even with departments that are not yours. And you can work as a team with other people that are working on things that aren't your department. Like, say, music. Like, let's say that I wanted to make a poster for like a concert. And it would be better if I knew something about music, so that way I can convey the emotions and the feel that these musicians want to project, right? What does that take? It takes for me to sit down and study them and study the genre. An artist has to know about the world and they have to be cultured. It's that simple. It's not the most important thing. I feel that some schools put the cultured part in front of learning how to actually do the art, and I feel that's stupid. You should learn how to do art first, and then you should be cultured about it, because a client can tell you whatever they want, but if you know how to draw, then you can create anything with the fundamentals. The fundamentals are a ruler to help you create anything you want. And the understanding part, you can just go to YouTube and find a tutorial or go interview somebody or your client. And then you can make a good job because you can project anything. You can make all sorts of illusions with the right tools. But you first need to understand what it is that you're making. This is why before making this castle, I started to study castles. I studied why they were built a certain way. I studied what the purpose of them was. I studied when they stopped being built and why. And it was a fascinating story, but also it informed me on how I should build this one, or at least micro details that at least could make some sense. It doesn't have to be perfect in the way of logic, obviously, but it helped me avoid obvious pitfalls. It's like nobody that has ever studied, at least Googled castles once, would ever put that detail there. You know, that sort of thing. Obvious pitfalls that I could avoid if I just Google what a castle is or looks like. Hello, Shadow Skeleton. Oh, I remember you from yesterday. How are you? Yo, Doozy Goosey. My bad boy, unrelated to Wayne Brucey. How dare you? How are you, my man? I really liked your vibe last night on Choco Stream. Hope we can chill together more often in future, new buddy. Oh, of course. I love meeting new people. I'm just here relaxing with you guys, exploring life's deep mysteries, because that's what art is, isn't it? I'm so happy you made it. I was expecting you, in a way, because you were so amiable last night that I'm like, huh, I bet I'll see them tomorrow too. I'm so happy to see you. I was actually waiting. I was waiting for a lot of the new people to come in, and some have. I'm very happy. Let's see. You were talking about Gloomy Sunday, right? Oh, so that's the name of the creator? Sorry, it's just that I only investigated Gloomy Sunday once and I didn't see the author. But yeah. God, Gloomy Sunday was such a piece. Although it did not have the same effect on me because I did not live through the 1930s and I am not that depressed, you know? Bites mayonnaise jar. Duvet cover. Oh no, not the mayo jar. Don't! You need to hydrate with water! Oh, speaking of hydration, I should take a bite of an apple, which is right here, because I'm getting a little hungry, and drink a little bit of water from here. So. Yummy. And a little bit of water. Okay. Moving on.
Moving on to the next wave of amazing things to do. Moving on to the next stage of life, which is to be awesome. Is to be awesome. 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 Awesome blossom.
I should commission you someday to make some art for one of my songs. I'm sure it'd be interesting to have you hear a song and draw what it makes you feel. That would be interesting. I would be down for that. There are certain topics I don't touch upon, so it depends on the song. But I would gladly do stuff, depending on what it is. Last night, Petals was saying that they would hire me as a voice actor to read stories, and I'm down for that too. Oh, hold on. Sorry, I had to sneeze. But yeah, I'd be way down for that. I like voice acting. I mean, I try. I think it's this Saturday. There's the VTuber that I always rate to, 𝐢𝐬𝐿. She's hosting a karaoke stream where she grabs sound bites that we send her, and so she can sing with us. Yeah, with her audience. That is awesome. She's a really cool streamer, and she's an artist too. And yeah, I was trying to sing too. I was practicing some Epic the musical songs last night. Well, not last night, last afternoon. And I was supposed to put the songs together, but then Choco Ichigo was streaming her 3rd year anniversary playing a drawing game, Drawful. And it was so much fun that I'm like, oh my god, I should be working, but screw it. I want to have fun with friends. Again, it's good to invest in your own happiness every now and then. Don't neglect your work so much, but at the same time, balance yourself. Don't work too much. You gotta also... You work to live. That's just the gist of it, right? You work a little bit, but it's for the purpose of being able to afford pleasures such as good food, good experiences, going to a concert, buying certain items that you needed for the house, or that you just wanted a new decoration for the house, you know? You shouldn't work 24/7 just to survive. That's... I mean... Sometimes that is the thing that you can do, because that's how life sometimes works. Sadly, we cannot control our circumstances all the time. But if you can control your circumstances and make life a little bit easier on you and not have a lot of things to take care of. Because some people buy a lot of things like a yacht or whatever and thinking that's going to be their source of fun. And maybe it could be if you like yachts, but the maintenance of it, the payment of it, it's not worth it all the time, you know? Sometimes it's better to just have something that you can maintain and control, so that way it gives space to new experiences with the family or with friends. Sometimes having less is having more. At least that's the kind of life that I want to live. I don't want a lot of luxury. I just want enough money to live comfortably, and for me and my family, you know? I don't want to be rich and famous. I don't want a yacht. If I ever become rich, nobody that sees me will know, because I'm not gonna buy any expensive watches, which is funny to me. Every time I see a rich person like freaking flaunt it, it's like, yeah, look at my Maserati, all my Nikes, and it's like, you're painting a huge target on your back, wearing all white too with the chains, and it's like, okay, live your life, but at the same time, bruh, someone's going to know. You know, like, I don't know if you don't have enough malice to understand that that's dangerous. Oh my god. My lyrics are just abstract, so no subject matter. Oh, perfect. Hey Doozy, I forgot to tell you this last stream I was on. I'm almost done with the game I'm working on, and I was wondering if you'd be interested in checking out the game page. Sure. Does the thing work, by the way? Have you guys been able to post things on my community posts on YouTube? Because apparently it's a new feature where you guys, the subscribers, can write to me on my channel. I haven't found it. I don't know how it works. But I got a... what's it called? I got a notification saying that people can do that now. And I don't know if that's true, or at least how to do it. I don't understand. But I really want that, because that way you guys can send stuff to me. The thing is that I created the Discord specifically for this, but I also want it to be 18 plus, not because I post anything weird on it. It's just that for the sake of control, and I am 31. If people online are very careful with who they interact with, so I'm like, you know what? No minors allowed, just to be safe. So nothing else happens. And also, managing kids is a hassle. I have a lot to do, so I'm not going to be able to just focus on everybody's trauma. Some kids are fine. other kids have a lot of things to work out for themselves, and I'm not a psychiatrist. But when they announced this thing on YouTube where people can actually write stuff to me, like it felt awesome, because it's like, oh, that means that people from my Discord, from my chat, oh, this is it. Introducing your new community. Now viewers can post, discuss, and connect in one space. Manage your community. Choose what content can show on your page. Link from your channel. Access to your community from your channel. How do I do this? I don't understand this. I like it, but I don't understand how to do it. Oh god, did the stream break? He's stuck. I'm stuck? What? Oh no, not the void. Oh, I'm free. Just broke in on my end. All good. Oh, okay. Me becoming rich. Suddenly having so many OC art commissioned for artists I adore. Yeah, right? Like, you would use it for stuff that you enjoy. That's the whole point of having money. Okay, again, there are some practical things you have to take care of. But at the same time, if that's your money, you can do whatever you want with it. Why not invest in your happiness? It will also inspire you. Knowledge and reaching new goals and succeeding is inspirational, but also being happy is inspirational. Two things combined together, understanding the world and also finding happiness. That is, and again, bad things can make you happy for a while, but then it's detrimental. You know, you get diminishing returns and it can hurt you, and then you don't feel happy anymore. It turns out that humans are happy for good if they do good things. Wow, what a shocker, right? If people do good things, they feel good. So if you invest in your happiness that is good, that promotes life, that it's healthy for you, then it will add to your expression. You will make more art and you will make cooler stuff, which will make increasing returns. It's like a good cycle, a self-powering machine, what's the word? A perpetual motion machine of happiness. Now, if I ever get rich, I'm blowing everything on Beyblades and Skylanders. Oh my god, Skylanders, dude. I never had one, but I saw the commercials. They were so interesting that you could swap the pieces to make a new monster for your game. That is so good. No, again, it's your happiness, right? It's your entertainment. Go for it. If you balance your life good enough to enjoy your passions, and you have a good income, and you have taken care of the more important things, and this thing is healthy for you, it's not like drugs or whatever, then go for it. Yeah, I do not promote drugs. I hate them, especially also like drinking. I'm not saying drinking is bad. It's just that I personally don't trust myself with it. I've seen the effects in my life, but again, drinking is not bad. I would like to try wine with someone I trust, but I'm still very scared of it. But anyway, is it okay if I put a link of the game in this chat so you could check it out? Let me see. I'll see if I can, for a second, allow... let's see. Because I put in that nobody can write links on the chat for the sake of security, but let me see if I can take it down for a little bit. Wait, do you have it on your channel? Because if you have it on your channel, I could just look it up. Notifications. Advanced settings. No, I think I gotta go to the studio. YouTube studio. Community. Let me tear this off for a second, because in the community thing, what is this? What is this projection? I thought it was this. Oh, here it is. Okay, let me turn it off for a second, because in the community tab, there's also like the filters for... There's the filters for the chat. And I don't want to show what I filtered. It's a lot of bad stuff. Settings. Community moderation. Who can post? Subscribers. Submission time minimum 1 day. Moderation basic. It only allows for 1 day. I cannot put less. Posts in your community. This setting applies to new posts, view or share in your community. Existing viewers' posts won't be affected. User management. Nope, not this. Messages in your live chat, basic. Post in your community, blocked words. Those are the ones that I don't want you to see. Hold on comments with hashtags and URLs. Comments and viewers with hashtags and URLs will be held. The setting does not apply to your moderators. Okay, I'm gonna turn this off. Save. Okay, Frog Beans, try now. And if you can't for some reason, break the link like from.com, like split it so that way it doesn't become a link, and that way see if that works. But yeah, try it and put the link now. The sign that I'd be rich is that I'd suddenly have a bunch of fandom merch and like Redbubble stuff. Yeah, again, the only thing that would make people know that I'm rich is when I'm starting to be very generous with it. I can be very inspired to art, but then I sit outside and watch nature. After I left with no need to create, it's surrounded by art outside already, and I only wish I could share the emotions I get. That's one of the things that people in the art world have to balance, right? You want to express things, but in order to express things, you need to become skilled at the tools and the mechanisms required to fool the mind, so that way you can manipulate someone else's brain into feeling what you have felt. And I do mean manipulate the senses specifically, because again, a piece of paper is flat. How do I make something look 3D in a flat world? Well, you manipulate how the light looks in a way that, oh wow, that looks 3D, but then you try to touch it, it's a flat image. It's an illusion. So it's a mixture of understanding and the emotions you feel, the life you live, the things you appreciate, but then it's the combination of that feeling and the skill required to project it. You are a projector. You don't have to learn how to draw. Some people have skipped drawing altogether. Oh my god, I gotta show you guys something. That I found. Where is it? This is so cool. There is an artist that I found that he said, I am not very good at drawing, but I still like the 2D style. So what he did was that he combined the art style of drawing, let me turn this on, with 3D skills. Learning how to mold in 3D. And he did stuff like this. The art is not his. He just turned the 2D art into 3D by learning how to model in Blender. So he grabbed 2D images and gave them a 3D and rendered it this way. So he gives credit to the creators that he took the idea from. He said so himself. I'm not very good at drawing, but I like the drawing style, and I'm good at 3D. You see, this character is by 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐞𝐚. Like, this character is from them, and he made it 3D. This illustration is by Under Pale Water, this artist. And he, you see, these are the art pieces. These are the art pieces that you saw. Look at this. This is the flat image based on her art style. and then he just modeled it and put a filter around it so it feels 3D. Shrine Cart by 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐞𝐚, sorry. And then he rendered it in 3D. Gave it some animations. So yeah, you don't need to learn how to draw. Just convey something through a medium and it will be awesome. To fool the senses and to understand your skills and what you like and stuff, what you can learn. Inspiration and understanding coming together into a full expression. And then he teaches us how to do it. I'm going to put this on the Discord so you guys can follow along. Let's see. Yo, Doozy, my guy, having a little struggle with the verification thing, so I'm in picture 1. I think I can think of 3 things that have 3-letter objects in it. None of them have the letters to spell it. If it doesn't have the letters, that you can't. If you can't spell it, then that's not the answer. Let me actually explain it. I changed the verification system to this. Let me see if I can explain the new verification system. Okay, so here it is. So all you need to do is look at this image. Oh, why do I... Where is it? Discord, window capture. Okay. So all you gotta do is look at this image. And when you look at the image, you should be able to find something that has 3 letters in it. So, you know, there's hat, there's bat, there's ear, I guess. But the answer is super obvious, right? It's not like hidden in tiny details. So we look at picture 1's answers. You see where it says here, picture 1's answers. It's on here too, on the what's its. Where's Discord capture again? So I can move it so you can see. Here it is. On the instruction, see, you look, you click here where it says picture 1 answers, because this is picture 1. And then you spell what you saw. And so what things are here? There's bat, there's hat, there's eye, there's ear. So we go to picture 1 answers to see what we can spell. Can we spell ear? No. Can we spell hat? There's A and T, but there's no H, so no. Can we spell eye? No. Can we spell bat? Yes, we can. And that's it. The same thing happens with picture 2. What in here can be spelled with 3 letters? There's nothing that I could think of except for I. So if we go to picture 2 and see picture 2 answers, we see an E, a Y, and an E. I. And when you have all 3 letters, you will be able to do the next steps. So far, so good, yeah? It's okay. The word to. T, O, no W on picture 1. And on picture 2 answers, there is no W, there's no T. There's only 1 word per image. So if you can't spell it, that's not the word. If you can spell it, that's the word. Actually, well, you can see it here, right? The picture 2, this is picture 2. What thing is in it that's spelled with 3 letters? There's an I, and there's literally nothing else. So we go to picture 2 answers, and we try to spell I. Oh, look, we can spell I. Picture 1, that's very literal. There's nothing else. There's just bat, eye, ear, hat, or cap. Can you spell any of those words here? The answer is no. So what can you spell? Oh, look, bat. And with all 3 letters combined, you can be able to make it to the next step. Or at least that's the ideal plan. Maybe I should make an easier tutorial for this. You see, once you have everything together combined, then you can go in. The point is that it would take a very sophisticated AI and bot to try and go inside the server. Because honestly, who would make a bot that looks at an image, then has to go into the next image, like here, you know? The answers for this are on the next slide. They're not right underneath it. So, at the same time, you need all 3 to have access, so you cannot just click spam the answer correctly, because every wrong answer deletes everything. So you had to start over. But because the answers are so obvious, I didn't think that, you know. Again, I'm still fixing and polishing it. In time I will. But this is good. I like to hear what you guys' feedback is, because then I can start improving it. If it's too much or too little, I can polish it constantly until I get it right. Because if it is too complicated, then it is too complicated, and I should accommodate you guys. But at the same time, I shouldn't make it too easy, right? Let's see, what else did I miss? Is also the sound of wind, heat and cold, the smells and textures, the cliff I sit on, how light hits me combined with everything else is so much. It's also one of the reasons that creating art is a balance of condensing an experience into a consumable product. Not necessarily for profit, but it's just something that becomes something that others can enjoy the same way you have, and experience a certain way you want them to. Of course, death of the author is something that I also believe in a little bit. I believe in half of it. Interpretations belong to people that interpret it in their own way. There is no right way to interpret an art piece, but at the same time there is, right? Sometimes people make things with purpose, sometimes they don't. And I think that should be respected. The author is just as an audience member as the audience members. So it's a give and take, right? Let's see. I don't think the link worked, so I posted the link in my community tab. Okay. Then I'll go to your community tab to check it out, and then I'll disperse it. Heck, now I got out, but then I think I messed up the next step. Bit confused. But it's okay, since I know you are not a robot. Where are you? I know you're not a robot, so it's fine. Where the heck are you? Oh, see? Now, do you have dog? You don't have the letters. You need the letters. You see here? Every successful letter that you pick is registered here. If you pick a wrong letter, the right letters are deleted. So you need to pick the right letters in succession. But since I know you're a person, I can just... Oh, you have the human role. You did it. You're in. But it didn't delete the new tag. That's weird. The button for human should delete the new thing, so that way you can enjoy the server and not have to go through this again. I think you did it. You're in. Right? You're in the server. You have the human role. You succeeded. Woohoo! So yeah, it did work. Oh, wait. I should leave it there because I'm testing something else. Because I'm also testing a bot that will eventually delete leftover stuff that you don't need to have here anymore. I don't know if I did anything right. I think I may be kicked in hours. No, it's not set up to kick you. You are human here, and that means you're in. Do you have access to the welcome thing here that says roles, art roles, these things? Do you have access to these? Like, if you have access to this, then you're definitely in. Let me see the permissions. Yeah, you should be allowed because you're human. But then again, why are you all the way over here? I'm still testing this, by the way, so it makes sense why I'm also curious. But you're not here. You're not registered on the corner. That means that you are in the server now. Oh, you are? Okay. Then here's what happens. As you pick roles, you can pick your roles as guest, as an artist. When you're an artist, you get access to a lot of channels. If you want to be notified about streams, then you will get channels about streams. If you want to see what the bot is doing, you'll get channels about bots. The thing is that it's very clean, so that way you can only see what you're interested in, right? So if you are an artist and you want to learn about art stuff and create things and get resources and stuff, then you pick the artist role. If you're not an artist and you're not interested in any of that, but you just want to hang out, then take the guest role. Just passing through, sharing memes, sharing videos, having fun, talking. If you have a business in art and you want to share it, get commissions, or you want to hire an artist, these 3 roles are for that. If you're interested in the vent channel, there's a role for that. If you want to hear notifications and schedules, there's these 2. If you want to participate in polls, there's this. If you want to see about game discounts that I find or anybody finds, you can take this role. If you do not want anybody to DM you, to send you messages, if you don't want any of that, then you use any of these roles. Don't message me if it's important, or open messages. Hey, message me, I'm cool, I'm open. If you don't want to get pinged, then you can have this: never ping me only for important alerts, or ping me for whatever. That is, if someone wants to invite you to hang out, it's like, oh, I'm gonna ping this person, and they go look at your, let's look at like me over here. Like, you see I have a bunch of roles, and you can see what I'm all about. And that way, it can be easier for you to understand and open up to other people. Oh, you're a voice actor too? Or, oh, you are a comic artist too? Oh my god, you have an art shop too? There's also like the colors for aesthetics, but once you pick up an artist role, you can go into the art roles and be more specific. Are you a voice actor? Are you a singer? Are you a sculptor? Are you a cook? Are you a hand camera? Are you a streamer? Are you a builder? Are you a gardener? Are you an ASM artist? Do you do tabletop role-playing games? Are you a programmer, technician? Do you do a little bit of everything, all trades? Are you a photographer? Are you a voice actor? Are you a theater kid? Do you just draw? Do you paint? Do you sculpt? And what's your rating? Do you do art that is for everybody? Are you a mixed person that does a little bit mature content, but it's not like explicit? Or do you do very explicit adult content? In that case, you choose some of these, because that way, if you're interacting with someone and you don't know what anybody makes, then you know exactly what to expect when you follow their links. Or when you want to collaborate with somebody, it's like, oh no, I only do adult content. And it's like, oh, okay, I get it. Or if you want to collaborate with someone that is more friendly for everybody, you can control yourself and be like, okay, I'll respect their space. That this is more of a general, You choose stuff you're interested in trying to. Yeah, sure, of course. Of course. The point is that if you're interested in it, you can choose it. Because the point is that it opens up conversations, right? if you're very shy and you don't like to talk a lot to people and you don't know how to open up, you can just look at their roles and be like, oh, they like this too. And then you can just talk to them about that. And if they have their DMs open like I do, I think I do have the role, right? Where is it? I don't have it. Roles. I do have it. Let's put it back on. Maybe I took it off on accident. There it is. Ping's open and DM's open. Let me refresh it. Maybe I took it off on accident. Yeah, I took it off on accident. You see, my DMs are open, my pings are open, and I do all of this. I am a T for teen rated kind of guy. I don't do like children's content, and I like to go a little deeper, but I don't do explicit content, so I'm not a like rated M for mature kind of guy. And you see that that's it. You can get to know a person by their roles, and you don't have to kind of question yourself whether or not you should talk to them or not. It opens up conversations, or at least that's what I want. I found that it was good, but I made a boo-boo and reopened the verifications. I may be kicked in 4 hours or so. No, it's not made that way. This is way a lot of extra instructions. This ain't no anti-robot, this is an IQ test. Yeah, I gotta figure out a way to make it a little bit easier. I honestly appreciate the thoroughness of the test. I didn't realize you could do... Where's my phone? Oh, it's on the floor. Ah! There it is. Sorry about that. The thoroughness of the test. I didn't realize you could do so much with Sapphire. Or I could have used it for Discord servers I made in the past. It's that, and it's also YAGPod. I forgot what the name of the bot was. Oh, here it is. Here it is. YAG PDB bot. It's a very powerful bot. You can make your own custom things with it, but it's very... God, it's a little bit hard to understand. But once you understand it, there's a lot of cool things you can do with it. More than Sapphire. Sapphire is really cool. But this one is really powerful if you understand it. And yeah, I just don't want any AI stuff. I don't want people to feel that they could be rated by a bad crowd suddenly. There's a way for me to lock the server and keep the members of it safe and have nobody be able to join or send any bad stuff for months. And then I can reopen it and be safe. Like, I want this place to be a safe haven for artists and people that just want to hang out and have a good vibe and just chill. So yeah, I made sure that it's very thoroughly safe. No AI is going to be able to get through these unless it's very specialized. Somebody that really is super lazy and really hates me will be the only person that makes an AI specifically to pass this test. Like, honestly, who would make a bot that can see an image that moves, can detect things, understand, oh, spell 3 letters, and then move to the next one because it's not underneath the image, so it's not that easy, and have the memory to then go here and spell a word by clicking and not brute forcing it because clicking a wrong letter deletes your progress. Yeah, I just want this place not to be hacked. You need to be a human to be inside the server, and once you're inside the server, you might be able to deploy a virus or a bot. And I have safety measures for bots that are inside the server too. But yeah, I should make it easier. I should make it a lot easier for people to make it inside. That is an oversight on my part, and it's good that I hear this from you guys. If it's too hard, tell me. I want to make it easy, but at the same time, I want to make it safe. Not too easy, but also not an IQ test. Yeah, I gotta figure out the balance. This is crazy. I don't know if I did anything right, but I think it might be... Nah, you're good. You did it properly. I can talk to you about it later, so I have to go run an errand. Okay, take care, Graham. Happy to see you here. You should stuff you're interested in. Yeah. Sure, I've been quiet for so long and locked in on a reference. Oh, that's okay. Smells AI proof to me. Not good at AI smelling. Deuce protect. Make verification a multi-question IQ test. Time people taking it, then grade them and scale them on the graph. You answered too mediocrely. You might be a bot after all. I just imagine ChatGPT crashing out and doing the hate speech. Like hot crazy graph but with test scores times used instead. I'm gonna send ChatGPT to boot camp. Friggin' brain boot camp here, but I don't want people to be on a boot camp because I don't want people having a breakdown over this, you know? I don't know, schools have made people's common sense so broken that now people get genuine anxiety attacks over simple tests like these. And it scares me. Like, I don't want people to get hurt by this. But at the same time, I don't want it to make it easy to AI to go in. And I don't just want to give out the answers, because why? I was on my PC. I forgot I have the YouTube ad on my phone, and I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm still here. Oh, Tori's on. Oh, more videos from Luke. This guy's pretty cool. Oh, you guys can't see it. That's good. I was gonna go to draw anyways. But yeah, I'm glad you can make it. Now all you gotta do is just choose the roles that you're interested in, so then you can customize your experience. And customize the experience other people have with you. Again, to facilitate people that are shy to start a conversation, the roles are specifically made as an icebreaker. You can know people by just looking at their roles and be interested in what they do and have open communications with them without even having to second guess yourself. I've met people that are like, I don't talk to people because I don't know if they are XYZ or interested or whatever. And I'm like, well, let's make it easy. There's literally a role that says open DMs and open pings. So there's no excuse. You have to talk to people now. Oh, but what if they don't like the things I like? There are roles to get to know them. What do they like? What do they don't like? Now go talk to them. There's no excuse. Open communication. But yeah, another thing to know about the server is that it's a library, which I'm very happy to always share things, because right over here, you can see on the art share. In the art share section, you can't see it. Why do I have double Discord? What is this? Oh, 2 window captures. Okay, so over here on the art share section, let me turn all of this off. If you turn all of them off, you can see the server a lot cleaner. Can be a lot easier to navigate. Oh, there's like when there's new stuff. Hello? Good God, that was a confusing verification. Aw, I'm gonna give you a hug. Where's the hug emoji? Here's the hug emoji. But yeah, sorry about that. I just really want to make it very hard for others that have AI. There you go, you're in. So let's turn off all of them off and only have art share on. So in art share, you have the server library. And on the server library, you have a bunch of sections, such as Blender, PNG, VTubing, model guides that I found, or anybody finds. You can just post them. Lighting and shading textures. This is one of my favorites because it's what I showed you guys before, that you can create things by simply texturing them. And so there's like a lot of tutorials about these that I shared with you guys from Instagram, from Pinterest, anywhere that you can find something that is related to this. And all you got to do is go onto the search up here. Up here on the search, write what you're interested in. Metal shading. And these are the results. You can see things that I've written. Relevant, not new, relevant. Okay, hang on. Metal, just metal. Maybe it's not shading. Relevant. There you go, see? And so a bunch of tutorials that have metal on them. If you post a tutorial, you should write next to it what it is about, like a tag, so that way people can find it like I'm doing right now. If I did not write metal, there was no way for me to find this. So I write the things that they are about every time I post them. So let's say I want to learn how to shade glass. There's something about glass here, there's glass here, there's stuff about glass here, there's stuff about glass here, there's here on pixels. I also put things that are similar because water droplets kind of have the same technique if you want to render glass. So this tutorial is kind of relevant to the same thing. So I put water droplets, glass, crystal, you know, all in one. There's this, there's this, there's this, and these are just the... So you see, it's all a library for you guys to improve your art. But of course you need the artist role to see the art share server. And also there is art resources, which are ready-made things that you can find, websites that you can use for multiple things. I post here in this one community brushes that we create ourselves. These are the ones that I've created and been using. I made a wisteria plant brush to do stuff like this. I made this thing with a picture. There's a stream all about that. Well, I took a bunch of pictures and I turned them into brushes, which are these. I took a picture of a shirt, I made a brush like this, and I can do this pattern. I made these flowers, I turned it into a brush, and now it's free here, so you guys can have it. There's this thing, there's these, there's these, there's these, blah, 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 blah. And a tutorial on how to make your own, which is this one that I found. Again, this is a place for all of you guys to learn a bunch of stuff and to share the things that you find. This is an open community library of resources and knowledge. Or if you just want to hang out, you can just hang out. Those brushes are so good, and they can be yours for the low price of free. Let's see. I was on my PC. Oh my God. Just a reminder, you're gonna check out the game page later after. I freaking forgot. Hang on. Let me open up the browser and see where it lands. There we are. Let me minimize this. Open the browser. There we go. So here's the community post. If anyone wants to check out the game I'm working on, almost done. Here it is. Night shift at Timmy's. There it is. If anyone wants to check it out, I don't know what's it about, but it's one of our viewers' creations. So if someone wants to give it a check, I'll also check it out later. If only I had Clip Studio. Nah, man. I think there is a free version. I'm not sure. But eventually, if you do get Clip Studio, you could try it. And I don't know if you could try and grab brushes with this format. What is this format? Let me go to community brushes. Oh no, it's on resources, not on the server library. Art resources, community brushes. what is this format? SUT. Because this format, SUT, might be compatible with other software. I'm not sure. You could check it out and see. And download the brushes and test them on your program specifically. But yeah, mainly they are made from Clip Studio. Oh my god, it's such a little guy. No, right? Oh, I think it was just on sale. Is it? Is Clip Studio on sale? They always do offers, by the way. So if you pay attention, you could find a bunch of specials for it. I have Clip Studio Paint EX, which is the full version, single payment. Let's see. Oh yeah, so they have like the latest version, but you can have multiple versions, old versions. Let's see if they have. Oh yeah, upgrades. If you have an old version, you can upgrade one to another, and the price varies. You can have an annual pass, or you can just buy it outright. Like in my case, to upgrade from version 4 to... Oh, okay, hang on. I have version 2, I think. Version 2 to version 3 costs $65. And then I would have to... And then move from 3 to 4. Interesting. Yeah, so it's kind of like a staircase. But I think I'm happy with version 2. The version 3 and 4 are not so interesting to me. In terms of the improvements, there are some things in version 4 that I want, but yeah, I think I'm good for now. Alto posted? Ooh. On her. Let's see. Alto Nix. In what channel? Other creators? No, I don't think that's it. Greedy shoutouts, string clips. Is there like recommendations or? No, not in the quiet lounge. Sale ended before money. Aww. Yeah, but again, you can pay attention and you can get one of the sales. If, oh, by the way, if something is on sale, particularly something about art, like a program or something, I made this. I made this one specifically. See that says sales and specials? Let me move it so you can see. Sales and specials. In here, it's so you can post any sort of sale and then use this tag, art sale notification. That way you can inform anybody that is interested that there is an art software sale of any kind. So you can post it here where it says sale and specials in the resources channels. Resources, sales and specials. Post the video or the link with the notification. And if somebody has that role, if you go to roles, art roles, at the bottom here is art sale notification. I want to be notified when one posts that there is a sale on anything art related. That way you are shown ASAP and don't find when the offer has expired, as often as offers do. If you find a discount on art assets or software, post it here and ping this role. That's pretty much it. Oh, sorry, you guys can see what I was reading. This thing right here on the role section in... Here it is. Welcome in new people. Art roles. Once you pick artist, Once you pick artist, the art roles channel opens, and then you pick art sale notification. So that way, if anybody posts and writes this link, this role, anybody with it will get pinged. Yeah. Again, something that's very friendly for anybody that is interested in finding new assets and stuff. Also, hello Swagoo, welcome in. How are you doing? What are we up to? Oh, we're just chatting. We're just chatting about stuff. I was sharing some details on the Discord server, and Sir Frogbeans was sharing one of their games, and I posted a link on top to their game. So if anybody's interested to check out the game they are making, you can give it a look-see, give some feedback on their channel. Yes, Sir Frogbeans has a YouTube channel, which we have explored. Where is it? Here. Yeah, this is it. And they posted it here. If you have any feedback or are interested in anything, just give a like and give a comment here. Support other creators like the ones in chat. Everybody here in chat at least has some piece of creation that have shared at some point. So I encourage that all you guys mingle. But yeah, what's up, Swagoo? How you doing? Oh, I should take another bite. I'm getting a little hungry again. Yum yum. There we go. I'm just working on some of the details here. See, I put some suggested lines around so that I could follow them. We worked on this tower, on organizing this basic part of the tower today. And then we will make it a lot more structured with a lot more details. But first, one of the things that I want to do is block and solidify the individual parts. And then we can focus on the details. Woke up just now? Heck yeah. Chatting and drawing. Exactly. I kind of want to do something cool for my fanfics anniversary month. It'll be 2 years old in October, and I want to dedicate the month especially to it because it's come so far. That's exciting. If you're in the Discord, you can also make events. Where is it? Like, there's a section up here in housekeeping, bulletin board, or you can promote yourself. Oh, if you have like an event, you can write it here like, oh, I'm making an anniversary party and people are invited to do the thing. Or you can go to ArtShare, Art Self-Promotion, and you can promote yourself here on whatever it is that you're making, including events and stuff. But because if you want to invite people for events, you can put in on bulletin board and put in like using an announcement tag and stuff. Yeah. But that sounds exciting. 2 years of the comic? What are you planning to do? Or at least what ideas do you have? I admire how detailed each part of it is in relation to how small it will end up being in the full piece. The thing is that this thing is like 12 inches by 21 inches. So it's going to be a big thing. If you print this at the right size, you will be able to see all the details. But again, it's a big piece. And I think my client was saying like, who knows, maybe we can sell it in a different way and you can be able to see all the details about it. And I like that idea. I like the whole thing about zooming in and seeing a lot of detail. Of course, it's a pain to make though. Don't get me wrong. This, especially, I mean, it's not a problem if it's nature because those are organic designs, but this is testing a lot of what I know how to do and what I don't know how to do which is architecture, like I've said before. So this is indeed a new field for me. I'm still learning how to work this architecture, and one of the best solutions that I found so far is to block it out and then find ways to add detail after you have blocked out the shapes. Make sure that you understand the slopes and how everything works. The details come last, and I need to zoom out in order to be able to do that. Because if I zoom in, I start making a lot of details here and I spend hours here. And then when I zoom out, it's like, oh, I've done no progress. So you need to zoom in only as much as necessary. And block out things first before adding any detail at all. And that restraint is something that I'm still learning how to do. Because I want to jump into the details, but I can't. I shouldn't. It's one of the things that have gotten me stuck in this loop of insanity. And again, it's one of the reasons I like to stream, because I also record my mistakes, including but not limited to progress mistakes. So then you don't do it yourself. Stayed up late working yesterday, or rather today in the morning. Oh wow. Death mat will be cool. I know, right? Big poster. Big poster or big mat? Yeah. My client has a lot of imaginations. That's why that's one of the reasons why I'm very picky with making this, because I want it to be the best thing for my client. They deserve it a lot. I admire them a lot, and I'm like, no, this has to be perfect. But in my search for perfection, I might also be a little silly goober that should just log in and finish it. But it's a balance, right? But again, mistakes and successes all in one. I'm not a perfect person, and this is the point of the streams. So that way you don't feel so alone when you actually make them yourself again too. Because this is just part of what art is all about. You cannot be an artist and not make these mistakes. It's just part of that life, you know? You should feel emboldened to try something new and to fail and to make stupid mistakes like this and to embrace them. It'll make you a better artist. Of course, the idea is to try and do them less over time, but doing them once every now and then should not destroy your confidence, which does for a lot of people. It's kind of like the verification system that I have on Discord. To me, it's easy, but to other people, it's a horrible headache. So you have to understand when something is not working, when a recipient does not understand it, and you have to sit back and say, okay, it's my fault. Let's see how I can fix it. Sometimes no, but a lot of times yes. So it's good to do an introspection and be able to communicate properly. That is something that I'm also learning how to do. Are you adding shingles to the roof? I would say add little Deuce Easter egg, but I don't know. I think I did. Not me specifically, but the people who know who these people are will understand. But yeah, I am adding a lot of sprinkled lore based on my client. And if you figure it out, I beg of you, do not say. At least not on stream. You can DM me about it to try and figure out who my client is based on the background details. But do not say them on stream. I will destroy you. Because my client wants to unveil this in splendor, you know? They want to show it on their streams and their channels. And I'm like, okay, I will not say who it is from. So if you figure it out, hush. But yeah, I will add a lot of Easter eggs here and there. kind of looks like there is a panda on the castle. The round part looks like a round eye area. Oh, you mean this? Yeah, it actually does. I can see them upside down, like eating bamboo. Like if I... Like they're munching on bamboo. They have like the little ear here. Another one here. And then the little feet. Aw, I like it. A little panda on top of the big, scary castle. Control-Shift-Click to teleport. In here. This is good. Or nope, wrong layer. Control-Shift-Click to go back to this layer. And then we render this part. I need another bite. Yummy. Okay, so this is what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be like an opening window. There we go. So we have the roof. The roof is on fire. Follow the leader, follow the leader, follow the leader, follow the leader. Should be more centralized, shouldn't it? Okay, so I know what it goes here. Panda hides on top of the roof. Heck yeah. Straight line. Roof. Make a thing at the bottom. Reach up until a certain point. No, I'm in the wrong layer, aren't I? Control-Shift-Click. There you go. No wonder they were so light. The drawings you make always have such a story and style. This could be put in an art museum and everyone would stop just admire it. Aw, thank you. That's what I want. Well, I want that the details at least make the illusion that of complexity, but these are just simple patterns put into a certain order. Anyone can do it. That's why I like to stream it, so you guys can see my process. I mean, I'm doing it and I suck at architecture, but I'm slowly learning how to do it, and I feel that the techniques to get here are not so alien. And I'm excited to see other people like enjoy the process the same way I'm enjoying the process of learning how to make this. Although, one of the smarter things that I think I learned on doing this is that it's okay to make separate documents for separate parts, because I can work so much faster with this than with anything else. It's amazing. I love it. I love working on a separate thing, have the castle be its own thing, and I'm trying my best to learn the painting discipline of working on a single layer, because it it saves me a lot of memory. That way I can not have the machine lag every 5 seconds and make it overly complicated too. So it's like a mixture of balancing my usage of layers, and I'm learning new things. This project has made me learn new things about me and about my process. I owe a lot to my client, to be honest. My client is awesome, and now with this project, they are forcing me to learn new things and try new skills, and that goes for every project that you guys work on. You will learn something new about it. So I don't think it's a failure if you don't complete something. I think it is a failure if you don't learn at least something from your attempt, whether or not you finish the project or not. And my client forced me to get out of my comfort zone and try something new, even though it sacrifices the time that I would have this piece made on time. This has taken me a lot more than I thought it would, but it's coming out so nice. Like, I feel satisfied with this tower. And if I continue with this pattern, how much more satisfied would I be when I finish the whole thing? So I'm having fun. This is really good. I am very happy that my client is very understanding and very nice. And I feel that the quality of this work is worth it for them. Like, they are super sweet, and at the same time they've been very patient, so I'm like, nah, that they deserve the best. So I'm gonna lock in. I'm gonna do my best. This, of course, had necessitated that I step back for a little bit and enjoy some games or new experiences, or I walk away from it and try another project for once, because it has burnt me down a little bit. But I think that the process of following that advice of, no, just sit back, walk away from it for a little bit, try other things, get accustomed to new things, and then go back to it with fresh eyes, is such a really good advice that it's worked for me. Now I'm a little bit more confident, and then you guys can see, compared to other streams, I'm a little bit faster at this too now. Like, I'm understanding what to do better than a few other times. So I'm excited to hear that you guys say that, oh, this could be in a museum, and I'm like, oh, yay, it means it's working. Progress. The fruits of the labor. And I will keep working on it off stream, because it's one of those pieces that is so complicated that if I only did it on stream, it would take way too long, and I don't want this to drag on even further. Sneaks up bamboo into castle like a silly. Pandas always make me want to listen to Mr. Villain's Day of Ending music. Which one? Pandas make me want to eat sheet metal. Positive. What? What anime was that adorable? That anime was adorable and chill. Mr. Villain is a fun show. Oh, it's an anime. It's a lovely slice of life. Do you know if you merge two layers as you go, if the file would still be big or no? I don't know. Let's actually Google it. That's a really good question. I feel that in my theory without looking it up, is that it would help with lag, because each layer is something the machine has to render and consider. But if it only has to render one thing, then it doesn't have to render two things, you know what I mean? So I feel that the less layers you have, the better. So if you merge them, you would be combining curves. That's the thing. If you go into Clip Studio, let me turn this off for a second. If you go into Clip Studio and you look at my vector layers, you would see that each stroke is a piece. So it doesn't matter if you merge the layers, the vectors would still be there, right? There is still complexity underneath all of this, even if I merge the layers. But if you're rastering the layer, I think it will lose that complexity and it would just render what it seems with the pixels only and not the vector curve. So I think that's the answer. I think if you merge vector layers, it doesn't matter, you still have that data, but it'll also reduce the amount of things that the computer has to render and save one by one. It just does one thing. I think that would be the answer. Merge layers into one to reduce file size. This is Adobe Illustrator, but you know, I'm looking at it theoretically. So the question has been working on the first time, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I get it. Layers doesn't add to file size noticeably in Illustrator. All objects are separate regardless if they are organized into layers. It's not much different from groups if you want to merge layers, so you can see yourself. You can also jump. Oh, but yeah, Illustrator works on files on files on files because it's a vector base, so it's kind of like Affinity Designer. Let's see, working on a vector graphics is fundamentally different compared to raster images. This is what I was talking about. Yes, because when you're working with vectors, you're working with curves and pieces. It doesn't matter what layers, how many layers there are. What matters is how many pieces are you working with, and each stroke is a piece that the machine has to consider. So I didn't know that it doesn't matter if they are on separate layers. I thought that because there are different layers, the machine has to render multiple layers, and thus it will become a little bit more complex. But no, apparently it doesn't matter for at least vector graphics software. When it comes to raster images, it might be different. Anyway, your PFP file size is crazy high. Unfortunately, you provide very little information about your PDF and how it was created. You have embedded large raster images into the illustration file instead of linking them, giving you a very large illustration file inconvenient. You get a very large illustration file. Okay, so if you put images that are big in it and don't rasterize them or include them, like, you know, like, it's very different from linking them and or turning them into a raster layer and not like a material that has a very high friggin' polygon count or something, you know, like a very complex material versus just turning it into a raster image and just working with pixels. That would reduce a lot of brain power, I think. When saving a copy, you have embedded entirely huge illustration file inside with additional PDF. Yeah. Lastly, it's also possible you've said to not to downsample and or compress images. PDF under compression. Oh, that's the other thing. When it has to do with like the format you save it as and the DPI that you work on. Interesting. I would assume that layers will add quite a bit of file size. You're right. I've not provided. Okay. So I guess we can conclude that's the case. I'm not gonna read all this, but you guys can check it out on your own time. But that's interesting. That's very interesting. So apparently it's still very complex because these are vector layers. These are pieces, not just random pixels. If I was working on a raster layer, or at least I rasterize this image, it will look the same, but it will have less information. So I think that's the answer. Interesting. Thank you, Grim, for that question. I like looking up the answer. I mean, the way I would do is make a selection in the layers and then fuse the layers. Yep. Granted, I have it easy with Photoshop thanks to smart objects. It may take time, but gosh darn it, it's beautiful in return. This is $1 million piece. I sure hope so. At least I'm feeling that it's looking really good. I'm only asked because I do a lot of layering too, each body part and shading and such. I feel that if you finish a piece, or at least a part of the piece, you can just fuse them and start working on, unless you've, okay, so what you can do is save a copy with all the pieces, and not unless you make a new piece, then don't merge them. But so in as you have like a version with separate pieces, you can make a new version with fused pieces. And any new piece, you make another version to fuse those pieces, and you keep going with multiple. You will end up with like 5 layers only. But in the previous versions, you have thousands of layers with all the multiple parts. But every new version that you create has all of those finished pieces that you feel are finished fused into one layer. And that way, oh man, these pieces are separate. I couldn't. And then you just go back to an old version, grab the separate pieces, the groups, and then paste it into the new one and work on the groups and then fuse them again. Maybe that can work. I don't know. Is it complicated? Yes. Might it work? Yes. Oh yeah, with vector is different. Yeah, with vector is different. And because Clip Studio is capable of both raster and vector layer, then I'm also wondering. But I don't think you have anything to worry about with raster layers once you start fusing them. What I suggest you do also is study up on traditional painting. Because traditional painting has a lot of techniques that are specific to working on only one layer. Because that's all the traditional artists can do, working on a single layer. So I suggest you brush up on that, and that way it can improve your skills on just working with a single thing. Finally done. The video I have been cooking. It's done. 2 months. Achievement. You did it, Skylarns. No one can separate me from my 80 plus layers. But that's awesome. Are you gonna post it somewhere, Sky? I'm curious. Can't wait to see it. Or at least promote it. I've been trying separate layers as I sketch, then I finish, slowly merge them. Yeah, there you go. I can erase, don't accidentally erase what I like. I usually make a copy of an old layer and then fuse. You know, I turn off the multi-layered group, and then I make a copy and I fuse that group into a layer. But it would be good to not have it could be good to have a separate file where I keep all the groups separate. I just paste the group the copy group into there and not have them in the main piece, so that way it doesn't lag my software. That can be another solution. In case I really feel that I should have a copy of it. Maybe. Let's see. I used to be 130 plus, but we are getting there. You got it. That's how I feel about this video I'm editing. It's taking me 2 weeks to finish it. Wow, I already finished the reference. Thank you God for a simple character design and palette. Now I just gotta make an icon for this guy. Happy noises. Yippee! Wow, you guys are blasting through your projects. I love to hear that. So you got Skylarns, you got Sir Frogs, you got The Greatest Plan, you got Swagoo, and Lum and Grim are on their way to making things, probably, maybe? Or at least teasing with that idea. The video will go on live on Saturday. I tagged you in because I'll always have R5 speed. Oh, okay.
Then I'll see it on Saturday.
I managed to reduce 10 hours content to 3 hours. Whew. Swagoo, you're a magician.
You're a wizard, Swagoo.
Oh, excuse me. We are cooking. We're all cooking. Oh, speaking of, another bite. I'm very hungry. There's like 14 minutes left. Okay, let's see. I want to keep biting the apple, but then I won't be able to talk or read chats. So I'm kind of like doing it progressively. And I like that with every bite, my hunger gets quelled. Like it's fine for a while. It's amazing. Because usually I eat the whole thing and then I end up hungry again. But I had some cereal before stream. And then I'm just slowly taking bites out of this apple. Ever so slowly. Oh, and today I'm gonna make potato salad with apples. I'm gonna add some apples to it and then some mayo with some bell peppers and onions. It's gotta be good. It's gotta be yum yums. dish delish even, if you can believe that. The art kitchen is loud and it smells delicious. Woo! It's also why I encourage. God, I'm shilling so much the server because I'm just so happy the way that I designed it. But again, there's more to improve. But on the mess hall, let me turn all of these things off so you won't get confused. On the mess hall, there is today I cooked, so that way people can share what they actually cooked. And if they have recipes, it's good that you post them too. But I'm more interested in how you are keeping yourself healthy and learning how to cook. Because I am not somebody that likes to cook. I often do not learn new recipes. But when I do, and I practice something, I like to share it. So I did this for me. But if you guys are practicing and learning new kitchen skills, I feel you can share them. Because it's at least to inspire others, right? Because some people don't like to cook and are just like, ah, man, I don't like to show that I'm cooking. But it's like, yeah, this is like community stuff. This is how I chop onions, you know? It's like... And Sir Beans made this, a pancake with apple and with bananas and what is that, whipped cream or a couple bananas and some whipped cream, yeah, with sprinkles. This is premium. And then there is Toast, who made like this. Wait, what is this? There's also broccoli bowl. Pasta with this ground beef. Oh, hamburger helper with Cheetos barbecue cheese noodles. Wow. And this is me with my malanga and like or what is it called in English, taro, and pork chops. You see, so yeah, just share your mishaps, your concoctions, anything. This is today I cooked. This is to inspire everybody to just share in their nutritional stuff, their schedules and their dailies. I like it. All right, I gotta go somewhere. Some things I have to do. Peace, everyone. Hope you have a good day. Take care, fuck beans. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out and to sharing your progress. I'm very excited to see more. We have +1 in VC2. You're kind of inspiring, dudes. I don't know if you knew. Aw. I like to. At least I like to try. I don't know. But it's mostly you guys. You guys are very inspirational too. And I feel that at some point I didn't believe that I would amount to much. And when I learned that that was just a lie in my head, it just feels so liberating. It's kind of like when somebody discovers sunlight in a bleak world for the first time, you just want to share it, right? And I feel that there are so many lies that we tell ourselves. I might as well just share the journey, you know? Let people know that it's all in their heads and that they can beat whatever unsensible thing they think that they are, which is not real. It's only bad thoughts. They're not real. They're an illusion. And there's a lot of people that have inspired me, like some people that barely have motor functions and yet they can do amazing things, or people that don't have enough knowledge and yet they steal a book from a library and create a windmill in the middle of the desert in Africa, and they are very gifted and they are very interested in learning, and they learn. They didn't know before, so it's not like a talent gifted, it's more like a curious gifted, and they learn and they do, and it's amazing. And it's like, why can't I do that? I have 2 hands, I have a brain, I have the internet. What's my excuse? Why am I not writing? Why am I not learning? Why am I not doing things? And when I discovered that, oh wait, it turns out you just can do it. Wow, I would have thought. And I just feel that a lot of people still feel that they can't amount to much. And that is such a stupid lie that hurts so many people. I'm like, just look, you can do it. I used to think that way, but it turns out you don't have to. It turns out you can fail. But it's not the end of the world. This isn't school. This isn't, oh, you get an F, it's over. No. You get an F, you try again. This is life. This isn't school. And I just want to see what you guys create. Every single one of you is a portal to the world that I could not imagine. I want to see what you make. You know, I want to see your life experiences, whatever they might be. There are things I don't want to see, though, you know. I particularly don't like NSFW stuff, but, you know, I'm not here to tell you what to create. I'm just here to inspire you to create things. For better or worse, that is your responsibility, what you create. But I still want you to create something. I don't want anybody to feel the way I did long ago. It's awful. And at the same time, it's just not real. People can amount to a lot. And they can be incredible inspirations. So if I can make it, goodness gracious, you can. I was the runt of the litter in my artistic friends group. My art did not amount to much. I was the least that practiced. That was on me, though. Everybody did such amazing work. And I felt that, ah, man, I suck. I will never be like them. But I just keep practicing because what's the alternative? Sit there and rot? No, that's boring. I might as well fail gracefully and keep trying, right? Oh wow, it turns out that if I do that, I'll just improve, huh? Well, so much for being a loser. And again, we are eternal students. There is no end goal. I'll always learn something new, especially from people like you who try and are just super amazing, so why not invest in other people and their journeys? Whether or not I'm inspirational or not, I'm just interested that you understand that you have a lot of potential and that you should be inspirational to yourself. It's hard to love yourself. Freaking hurts, but holy crap, it's worth it. It's amazing what you can do when you learn how to fly. Oh, speaking of, because of everything that I've been talking about just now, in Art Share, there is also, oh wait, no. In Workshop, because this is more about you making stuff, right? Living a life of an artist. So in Workshop, I created this channel called Creative Advice. It's advice like the ones that I'm talking about by other people that have inspired me to do more and to think of art properly. And just living a life that allows me to create without fear. To be self-motivating and to help motivate others. I recommend that you post here any inspirational quote that you find, any artistic advice, and if you feel down, if you feel like you need some inspiration, go here. This will inspire you to feel a little bit better about yourself and be a little more patient. Every single one of these has given me something, even though I don't agree with 100% with what everybody says, but there's a lot to gain here, I think. And we can talk about it too, like me and Manatee were doing here. So yeah. I couldn't find the heart. I have particular taste in what I use in a video. I think I will make some salt potatoes tonight. Yum! Wanna see? Alright, gotta go. Didn't you already say goodbye, Frog Beans, or am I missing something? Oh no, yeah, I jumped to that. Sorry. What kind of content do you do, Swagu? Sorry, I mentioned already. I missed it. Oh yeah, Swagu does streamer edits, and he also has a really cool channel. I don't know if y'all have check it out. He's a VTuber, by the way. He has a 3D model. He's the one that's been helping with my 3D model. I suggest you check his content. I like making pasta. Highly customizable, consistent method, always good. Oh, I want to learn then. Can you add a general media work progress channel? Never mind, I'm gonna post it in general. Let me see. Do I have that? Art share? You can put it in general art. Yeah, you can put it in general art, or you can put it in okay, so if it is a project on workshop, you can put it in work in progress. There's work in progress. If it's like a, where is it? Oh, in ArtShare, there's portfolio pieces for official things. Promote your art self-promotion if your finished product is there. And yeah, general art. Here it is, general art. Look at this. Regretfully, it hit mine. That's so cute. Crazy shark as the knight. And I gotta give a bunch of love to this too. Look at that. You can put in like general art that you find, or you could just put in your own. It doesn't matter. Although if you want to share media, you can put it on general media, which is like anything else. Oh wow, look at this. Yeah, this could belong in work in progress. No biggie though. I'm not super a stickler for, this has to belong somewhere. It's like, nah, just whatever. Because general media is more for like videos and stuff that have nothing to do with art itself. In here I just put like just random garbage discussions about. In here we were talking about AI. In here, I'm putting videos about scientific discoveries and this stuff about making games. You know, it's general media that is different. But if you're showing this, it's probably best on work in progress in the workshop section, because this has to do with workshopping. You're doing work. But wow, that is some crazy edits. Hang on, it's in general media, you said. Oh, social media, general media, that's where you put it. That is a lot of editing. I know what this feels like. Oh my god. 10 hours. Just look at that timer. It's crazy. Insane clown. Yo! That is a nice thumbnail, Swagu. I love it. Referring mine, Star Fox Assault Supercut. That's perfect. Hiya! Oh, that's cute. Is this for the cozy fishing game? I forgot the name of it, because it would work really well for it. But yeah, you see, y'all can share in your projects and your works in progress and all that stuff, you know, just so everybody can. Oh, there's also the Help Me Improve It channel in case you want feedback. In here, this is more for like, hey guys, I need help with improving my art. Do you know what I can do to improve it? And then you post a thing here and people can criticize it. Again, the art of criticizing is very necessary to polish too. So in the description, I put in a little bit of a guide. You know, when someone shares your work here, it is for the purpose of others to help polish the work. You may share tutorials here and references relevant to the piece and discussion. Critiques must be given and taken in good faith, and as a challenge, don't use words like pretty, ugly, nor especially interesting. Use adjectives to describe the effects a thing gives, not as a general label. Get specific, my sillies. It's just that in college, there was this colleague who said, do not say it's interesting. Do not say my piece is interesting because that gives me nothing to work with. I want to improve my work. Tell me how can I improve it and where with specifics. And that shocked me, the way she said it. She said it so firmly, but at the same time, I'm like, that makes a lot of sense. Every time somebody says, oh, that's interesting, it's kind of like a clutch, like a general label, something that they're not digging deeper in. Sometimes I use it because it doesn't warrant any more investigation or elaboration. But if someone is asking for a critique, is asking for what can I do to improve it, then I try my best to not say interesting, or at least single worded adjectives. It's like, oh, it's ugly, it's pretty, is it? No, get into it. Get into the meaning of it. Try to see what can you improve of it. It's like, you need this shape. Here's a tutorial to how to improve it, blah, blah, blah. It's more constructive. It's more productive. You know what I mean? So that's this space. Oh, God. There's so much to do in this place. Oh, goodness. Let me see the chat. What you guys are talking about? Stinks in with food. Hey, y'all. Yo, Forgotten Toast. One way I help my self-esteem, since I got a lot of executive dysfunction, is by doing good in projects that aren't the big main one. If I can get myself to write, at least I drew something cool. That's a really good exercise, yeah. Again, it's the same advice of don't look at the mountain and only focus on the steps you gotta do now. And when you look back, you will be surprised at the trek you left behind already. That you've walked a long way to get here, and that is progression. That is good progress. And I'm mostly talking in a healthy sense. Like, I don't have depression. I might have ADHD or what's the word? Or autism? I don't know. But I've never been diagnosed. But I feel healthy enough that I can make my own choices up until a certain point, where a few vices come in, and that's when I'm like, okay, I gotta work on this, I gotta work on that, blah, blah, blah. But for the most part, I feel that I'm in control of a few things. And within that control, I feel that I have a responsibility to be like, okay, I can control my emotions up until this point. So these are the advice I can give for someone like me. But when someone has something beyond me, like actual clinical depression, anxiety, or in this case, executive dysfunction, I try not to comment because I don't know how to handle that. But in this case, Greatest Plan is giving out really good information. Again, this is one of the reasons why artists should stick together and help each other out. That way you can understand each other and use it on your projects too. Maybe your art can become more accessible to other people with certain things, or your advice can become accessible to people with different things. Because it will be rich saying like, just get good, and it's like you're not compensating what other people that have limits could do to get good. You know, you're not helping anything. So I appreciate this insight, Greatest Plan. This is a really good advice. You're helping out everybody. I feel like how I see life in the sense of an RPG. What energy you put into the stats will grow, but if you give up, nothing improves. So it is a oversimplification, but it gets more complicated the more you think about it, because there's different games, right? And every single person is playing a different game, and they have to kind of adapt to the game they are playing. And the spawn point is also a very important thing that not many consider, because I can give advice, but it can be rich from me because I have certain privileges growing up in the type of family that I did. The same way that there are disadvantages in my spawn point, there could be bad things and good things at the same time, and I have to consider that every time I speak about my experience, because I can always say, oh, that's my experience, but in your case it could be a lot more different, you know? Why am I blue? I got the Undertale skin on, sorry. But yeah, I think that is really good advice, even though it's simple, once you start to think about it, it becomes more complicated, because then you have to equate stats with things in your life and the spawn point and the conditions and everything and the points you spend somewhere. And but yeah, it is just like that. It is a valid comparison for certain situations, unless you want to go more granular, in which case you might need a different analogy or a different perspective within the same analogy. In any case, it's good advice. You're doing really good saying that, Toast. Oh god, Jack's icon sucks. It sucks in a way that fits perfectly for him, because that looks such a grumpy beach ball. Honestly, failing at stuff sometimes works out because it matches what you're saying. I've had that happen to me a few times where I'm like, oh man, that sucks. But then I realize, oh wait, but I can fix a few things, not having to fix it completely, but only just enough that it makes sense within the story. And then I quote unquote fix it, but I keep a few of the imperfections because they fit so well. Kind of exactly like what you're saying. So yeah, embracing the flaws is also kind of like understanding how to improvise. And when you improvise, you make something better than what it was if it was super perfect. Doosits, you're a PNG randomly turned blue. Yeah. Web fishing. Yeah, that's the one. Web fishing. Thank you, Grim. I want to play web fishing again. Dudes ran out of oxygen. What channel was the food one? Today I cooked in Mess Hall. Yeah, Mess Hall. Today I cooked. Oh, what is this? Cake. You made cake. How dare you? It looks so moist and fluffy. I can feel that, man. What is it made of? Is it like cheese or is it cream? Oh, I hate you so much. Look at that. Look how beautiful it is. I feel that what I said before about what you consume in terms of entertainment can also inform the type of art you make and your perspective in life and how healthy you are, thus changing the way you output art. But also nutrition is very important. So this is why I made this channel of Today I Cooked, because you cooked it and you made something, and I feel that this improves your life. So I think this matters. But look at how delicious that looks, man. That's why I compare it to that, because I had ADHD sometimes. I have pick and choose, because sometimes the way my brain processes things, sometimes I end up being too overwhelmed and end up doing nothing. Not everyone is playing the same quest or characters or the same goal. Exactly, everybody has different classes and different goals. But this is why I believe that your comparison is not necessarily an oversimplification, but a good base to get to understand other people, especially when you get to know them and understand what they're doing, where they're coming from, and how they process information. Because what you said is important. With your ADHD, you process information very differently than what I do or anybody else does, and you kind of have to make the process of growth in anything skill related, work for you in the way that only works for you. So I could give advice on what works for me, but I always have to emphasize that it's how I work, how I function. Maybe you need a different method, but the point is that I can vouch for the fact that once you figure something out, no matter what it is, maybe you figure something new out, but the point is that it's worth it to figure things out and to explore new ways to understand life and move around it. Whether it's with art or a different skill that fulfills you, it's still worth it to explore. So no matter what you do, no matter what you have, it's good to just get out there and figure it out, or find people and interview them, because some other people might actually understand you. I don't have ADHD to maybe the same way you do. Maybe I do, but I don't understand it as much. But maybe another person does. That's why art is so important, that it's made by humans, because humans talk to each other through art, through time. My god, people that insist that art shouldn't be human perplexes me, because the way you communicate through art and time is so human. It's so good when you see an art piece that informs you of something that's like, so it does have a name, it does have a form, and that way you can handle it and learn and grow. That's why art is so important if it's made by people. Milk, 2 eggs, sugar, small amount of sunflower oil, vanilla extract, flour, baking powder, and cupcake stuff on top of it. It's like a thin layer of sugar, and they put on cupcakes. Oh, so it's that easy. Wait, what do? Do you put it in an oven at a certain temperature of a certain time? What do I do? Do I just mix them and put them in the fridge? What are we doing here? Not had. Oh, you have. Got it. I said it wrong. But yeah, I always imagine you have, but I might have said it wrong. Sorry. EP, bye dudes. Catch you on another stream. Okay, Skylarns, have a good day. And thank you so much for hanging out. This is so good. And hello, Wef Norrington. I saw you a while ago. I forgot to say hi. I am so sorry. How are you today? One thing I do is by putting a reward at the end. It doesn't work 100% of the time. But if I say that if I write 1,000 words, I get a cookie, cup of coffee, and I can motivate myself like a dopamine. Yeah. Or you could chain the finishing of something and connect it to a reward. Like if you don't finish it, you might eat something else. But every time you finish it, you reward yourself with a sweet thing or something that tastes really good. And that way you can connect it that way. It's not like if I don't finish it, I won't eat anything. But I just won't eat this specific thing that I am looking forward to. Or don't do it until you finish it. And there could be multiple techniques. But your technique, greatest plan, is the greatest plan. But again, the motivators are very different. Some people are more driven by purpose. Other people are more driven by prices. Other people are more driven by the need to get it out there. And again, this is one of the reasons why you got to figure yourself out first and then jump into a big commitment project, because it doesn't make sense that you commit to a craft that will take hours and years of your life if at the end of the day you're not going to commit to it. And the motivation is so personal. I cannot tell you to be motivated. That's one of the things I can't help you with, or anybody. I can be as technical as I can be. I can give as much advice as I want, but it doesn't matter if you don't learn how to self-motivate yourself with the right oomph that will only stimulate yourself to give yourself the what's the word? The incentive to get better at something. And I feel that there is a limit, right? There is a limit of how much someone else can help you, how much you can wait for someone to help you, and then there is the rest of it that is just your responsibility, which is the self journey, you know, that the self-fulfilling journey is like, I'm going to find myself and find the reason why I'm doing this. I have found my reasons. And this is one of the reasons I'm still streaming and I'm still here and I'm excited to see you guys and I'm still happy to work and create things. But I cannot make one for you.
It's all you.
No, autocorrect hit my comment. Oh, I didn't notice it until it's too late. Oops. Oh, good. I'm doing good. I had a great time with you in Choco's collab. Yeah. When I saw your name and you were on, I got really excited because I remember you from being in the chat. I was like, yeah, I get to hang out with one of my chatters. That's fun. It was yesterday was really fun, man. Okay, sorry. Let's see. It's like a thin layer cake, sugar and food cakes. 170 degrees Celsius for 60 minutes. Not bad. Make sure the mix is as thick as shampoo in terms of texture. If it's too thick, add more milk. Gotcha. Guys, this is why I made the Today I Cook channel. This is the exact reason I made this channel, so that we can all just do this. This is delicious. Do you imagine that you surprise somebody by learning what another artist friend cooked and posted the recipe here? you would just surprise your family or your friends or a date or yourself. It's like, oh yeah, I make cake, and you return from work and it's like, yeah, and it's like consuming. Stream editors are gods. Yeah, Swag was amazing. Look at this. Cake, I know, right? And again, it's the reward of creation. You fulfill yourself. When you learn a new skill, the only person that you have to blame is you, and it's for you, by you, with you. Isn't that exciting? Because when I was very depressed when I was younger, I said, okay, I'm tired of being depressed, because what am I'm just gonna sit here. Am I waiting for something to save me? And it's like, okay, I suck. I get it, brain. You're insulting you're insulting me. I get it. But what if we just do something? I'm kind of bored. So I started to draw. I started to do multiple things. And it's like, I started to improve. And every single time that I improved on something, whatever my brain said I was or wasn't started to feel like a lie. It turns out that if I try, I learn. Even if I suck today, I can not suck tomorrow if I just try. I mean, sure, it takes different motivators and different people have different journeys, but at the end of the day, I can get something accomplished if I stand up and go do it. My cup of water's empty. I go up to the fridge and come get it. Maybe I need some different motivations or techniques to do it from other people. Some people can just get up and go. Other people need to hype themselves up to then get up and go and then return with a limited amount of energy. That's fine. But the point is that it's worth it. The effort is always worth it. And it's an investment in you, and you are worth it. And I feel that that's something people don't understand. They think they aren't worth it, but you are. I might make a cake soon, maybe cupcakes. With this recipe Swaggo's putting up here, look at all the details he's adding. This is fun. I like seeing this. You see, now I gotta test it. Anyway, it's 5:20 in my hour. I gotta go eat. I'm very hungry, and my mom's gonna arrive home. I gotta see if I need to prepare something. She might call soon. I'm gonna save. It's very important. Everybody save your projects. Don't go without saving. This one's already saving, so yep, there it is. And there we go. Good as new. Oh, sorry. No, maybe something else. It depends on what kind of my roomie wants. Yeah, please go eat. Yeah. Let me just grab my Viado tube over here. Hey, there we go. Wait, no. There we go. Yeah. Anywho,
Thank you so much for watching.
I'm very excited to have been here, and I had a lot of fun today. I think today was a great stream. And yeah, the music succeeded. I found the thing, and hopefully, let's test the copyright system thingy, majig. Goodness. But in any case, you guys are amazing. Keep on doing your projects. You are very worth it. Never say otherwise. And if you do say otherwise, prove it. Get up and do something. It doesn't have to be extraordinary, but have fun. You know? Invest in yourself. Grow, improve. Invest in other people. Give something to anyone. I don't know. You're just worth it. Have a good night, everyone.
Love you all. And I'll see you next time.
Next week, I might be in a collab with 𝐒𝐭𝐫𝐞 again. He invited me to play Beast Gangs. I think it is. It's a little bit more limited than the game we played last time, but it's still very fun. And I can't wait to show you guys it. Next week on Thursday, I don't know what we're going to do. I might put a poll if we do another art stream, or if we do on Deltarune again, or something else. I don't know. Your choice. I'll put a poll. Don't worry. In any case, have a good one. Rest well. Rest easy. And I said, and here it is.